2, 3. Just going to make sure we're actually live here. How's everything looking and sounded? I've got the chat pulled up here. Hey, somebody reload y'all bot. All right. My mic looks like it's trying to peak. Can you guys hear me fine? Test, test. We should be live on YouTube. I just want to make sure that it's going. Are we live? Sounds good. All right. All right. As is tradition, we are live here in the middle, right in the middle of when we thought we wouldn't have to go live, and in the middle of a bunch of updates and stuff. So, we're running a little bit behind, but here we are. We've got a tornado warning right now for Lamar and Forest counties in Mississippi. That's what we've got going on right now. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings coming out. We just got one for Adams and Jefferson counties in Mississippi. So let's everybody get in here, and please help us spread the word for the stream. Let's get it out there on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and we'll get this show on the road. Make sure everything's working here. Yeah, buddy. We got a bunch of chasers out there. We got a bunch of cameras. We're going to be covering the blizzard. We're covering the snow side of the storm today and the severe side. But right now we're kind of focused on the severe side. So here we go. This is our latest tornado warning right here. Once again, radar indicated rotation coming up towards Purvis and places near Hattiesburg. We got a bunch of storm chasers out here near this that we're monitoring right now. Corey Gherkin, Jordan is out there. There's also the University of Southern Mississippi. That camera's over there. Brandon Kopic, pretty much everybody is out there. By the way, how is the sound for the tornado alert that just came through? Did you guys get that? Let me know how that was. Do I need to adjust the volume? Or did you hear it at all? Hello, hello. Good. Is it low? Was it a little low? Okay. Quiet. Can't hear it actually. Okay. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I'll go ahead and talk about something while you're talking about that. That new tornado warning is a storm that I've been monitoring for a little bit. It's up there near our Surface Cape Fort Max, which is, of course, cheat code. If you guys have ever heard of that, that's if you're going to look at one parameter on mesoanalysis, always look at that. So this storm does have the good potential to produce over the next couple of hours. This is actually my area of interest over closer to the front today. The surface winds are not perfect further off to the east. As you get closer to the front that we have making its way through, the winds are more veered into the storm, and of course that is favorable for tornado potential. Also, one other thing I want to point out to those of you who are watching from Iowa around the snow, we have 6 cameras here. Eventually Ryan will show all 6. The bottom 3 are in Iowa. If you know those intersections, there was a pileup, a multi-car accident there just a couple of minutes ago. The highway is still slow, and they just reopened that. So please just stay off I-80 in Iowa. Don't mess around with it. It's really slippery.
Thank you so much, Riley. So yeah, we're going to be going back and forth between Iowa and Mississippi and Alabama. This is our latest tornado warning in Mississippi here, coming right up towards Auburn between Little Springs and Center Point. You can see the rotation quite clearly, more so than I think the other storm that we were just looking at. This is coming right up towards the Hoppy Field Airport, if you know where that is. Take shelter in Center Point, Arlington, West Lincoln, Brookhaven. It looks like there's actually 2. There's 2 storms here that would actually warrant a tornado warning, and they just went ahead and issued a big polygon for both of them. So this is probably the more impressive one, the one over here near Auburn. But check it out. Just south of Woolworth, we have a storm with a significant amount of airflow or inflow coming into it. If you were at the Shady Creek Shady Creek Acres Airport, for example, you would be feeling that warm, moist air getting sucked into the storm. That might actually lead to a tornado here soon. So make sure you're taking shelter in Woolworth, Sontag, Oma, Cohenville, Rockport, and Bridgeport. This is an extremely dangerous storm. We've got a lot going on today. All right, let me show you something real quick. This is our SPC outlook for today. We've got a 10% hatched risk down here in Mississippi and Alabama. That means that we've got a 10% probability of seeing tornadoes, maybe even some significant ones within 25 miles of any given point in that yellow area. 5% extends all the way over into western Georgia and all the way back into southwestern portions of Louisiana. So very busy day. Just get ready. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, take a look at the storm near Hattiesburg tornado warning. It's just to the west of it. There's a decent couplet on it. It goes up about 4 scans in tilt. Today, what we're going to be looking for is to see our lower levels of rotation to stretch its way up the storm. And as soon as we see that happen, that is how we are going to know that these storms are potentially going to produce a tornado. This storm has done that, so this should get tornado warned within the next few minutes here.
Okay, thank you very much, Riley. It does look like we're probably going to reach a moment here where we have multiple tornado warnings at once. You can see we've got some rotation here. We've got the more significant rotation that Riley was just talking about. I would get ready west of Hattiesburg over there near Lovelace, Lambton, Jamestown, Edna. I think that places like Pine Bur could be included in the next upcoming tornado warning, and Columbia. There is a significant amount of rotation right now to the south and southeast of Hattiesburg. This is not, as far as we know, this is not currently producing a tornado, but it could very soon be trying to produce one over here near 4 Points. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if we saw an extension of our warning kind of like this up towards Rickton. So get ready in McSwain, Runnelstown, and Rickton, Mississippi. Y'all, once again, if you're just now tuning in, please share our coverage on social media so we can get this information out to everybody. This is, once again, we do this for free. We're gonna be here commercial free all evening until we're no longer needed. And unfortunately, I think this is going to be the kind of day where we are needed. We're going to have there's potentially going to be some strong tornadoes today. And these could go into the overnight period. Some of them could. And we could see some nocturnal tornadoes. And those are a terrible thing. Especially in the deep south down here in the forest. So if you know anybody in Mississippi, if you know anybody in Alabama, even Louisiana, over towards Georgia and the extreme western portion of the panhandle of Florida, let them know that we're live here and we're going to be relaying this information all day for them. This is what we've got going on right now. I don't want to just talk about the tornado warnings, because some of these severe thunderstorm warnings are pretty impressive as well. We've got 60-mile-per-hour winds coming into the Fields and Mystic area over here south of Maryville. This is in Beauregard, Louisiana, and Newton counties in Texas. We've also got another severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail coming into Jefferson, Adams counties in Mississippi, and that's at Tensas Parish in Louisiana. That's coming right up towards Fayette. Get ready at the Natchez Trace Parkway Exhibit Shelter for that storm that's going to be coming in right here in the next couple of minutes. As far as the most concerning storms right now, it's basically our 2 tornado warnings and these 2 unwarned cells down here south of Columbia. I'm really concerned about the one coming up towards Brookhaven. So if you're in Brookhaven, Mississippi, once again, I think it's very important that we get into our safe spots. Same thing for Woolworth, Mississippi. This is going to be a dangerous storm that impacts places like the Natchez Adams Vocational Technical School. Also, if you know where the historical park is near Melrose, that's in the path of one of these rotations. Remember, there's actually 2 potential tornadoes trying to come together here in the Brookhaven storm. So all the way up there towards Beauregard, Georgetown, and Hazelhurst, take shelter now. You want to get into the most interior room of your home with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Hattiesburg, the southeastern side of town, is under a tornado warning. The rotation is a little bit farther displaced to the south and east of downtown Hattiesburg. This is closer to 4 points. And also with this one, there's two areas of rotation. There's two areas of rotation that we're watching here. The more broad one near 4 points. And then back here, look at this, near Rock Hill and Wallace. We've got another broad area of rotation trying to show up here. This might try to produce a tornado as it comes up towards Rickton and Runnelstown. Please take shelter if you haven't already. So big time severe weather day. Underway right now as we have that 10% hatched risk. We just got a new tornado warning. Was that still low? It looks like it was. I'm going to turn that up for y'all. This is going to be for Greene, Perry, Wayne in Mississippi, and that's going to be an extension of our Hattiesburg tornado warning. Okay, essentially the same warning or the same storm that spawned the tornado warning for areas just south and east of Hattiesburg. That storm's now prompting a tornado warning for Jones, Perry, Greene, and Wayne counties in Mississippi. We have quite a few traffic cameras right around the base of this storm to the south and east of Hattiesburg as well, just for our back room, just to be monitoring those. And then, of course, we've got our chasers out there right now. This is what our view looks like from Brandon Kopic right now, who is pretty close to this storm. We've also got, who else we got out there? Bryce Shelton, who's in Purvis, Mississippi right now. And then here's one of those Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras there, number 160, pointing at the road. This is near where one of these storms is about to cross right now. So we'll come over here to the multi-view. We'll look at all the cameras at once. We do have, snow cameras as well. And I'm hoping at some point we can focus a little bit more on the snow. But right now, I think it's best that we stay kind of hyper-focused on the potential tornado producers. So once again, our newest tornado warning for Jones, Perry, Greene, and Wayne counties in Mississippi lasts for the next 37 minutes, and it includes Rickton. And this area of rotation right here is looking a little bit more impressive. If I pull this back, notice how it's less organized. And then as I push it forward, the colors become brighter, right? We've got the brighter reds here. We've got the brighter greens over here near 4 points. This is showing an increase in rotation. Now, what we don't have yet, and it could change very quickly, is a very tight rotation. This is broad rotation. We've got several miles of inbound winds. We've got several miles of outbound winds here. If those can kind of converge on a much smaller point here, and it looks like it could happen between 4 points in Indian Springs, that's the definition of the kind of thing that would produce a tornado. So I'm really concerned about 4 points, Mississippi, Runnelstown, and Rickton. And look at all these other little cells popping up, man. We've got tons of storms getting their act together out here between Louisiana and Mississippi. These are all moving in the general direction of Alabama. So y'all make sure you are ready for that. Let's go check back in on our Hazelhurst and Brookhaven storm. Rotation on the one that just went by Woolworth is less impressive now, but man, look at the massive amount of inflow coming into the storm near Arlington. We've got this storm is really pulling in that Gulf of Mexico air. It's not far away from the Gulf. Look. It's not far away. So like it's got pretty much unfettered access to probably the best source for tornado energy on Earth, just funneling right up into that storm. We've got a cold pool of air pocketing up behind it as a result of the forward flank dropping heavy rain. That cold air comes around and meets up with the warm air coming from the Gulf. And boom, we've got ourselves a potentially significant storm here producing a tornado soon as it approaches Bogue, Cheeto, Hartman, Thayer, and Brookhaven, Mississippi. Are we... I also think it's possible that we see a new tornado warning maybe at some point for this storm over here near Woodville. Just got a special weather statement for it right now, but if you look higher up, it's starting to rotate. Yeah, I turned the volume up on the alerts, so the next one should be better. We're once again, we're right in the middle of implementing a bunch of new stuff, so you guys don't care. I'm not going to sit here and bore you with the information, but these severe weather events in February, man, they kind of mess us up. So like we'll get that fixed. But like we've got all new, like the ticker down below scrolls more information now, and it cycles through all the warnings rather than just sticking to one, which I think is nice. And then if you notice the top of the screen now, we show more information about the warnings and the weather intensity score. So that's all stuff that we're just trying this for the first time today, and there might be some problems with it. It's part of it. Remember, if you're just now tuning in, we are in the very beginning stages of what will likely be a very eventful evening of severe weather. Please help us get the word out there. Help us spread free life-saving information by putting us out there on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, whatever it is. If it wasn't for y'all, nobody would know about us. We don't have a big marketing team behind us, like pushing our streams. We're not... You know what I mean? Like the only way this works is with your help. So I'm sorry to keep talking about it, but especially if you know somebody out there, drop them a link. If you know somebody in this area. Yeah, Lisa, it's pretty high. It's really icy down here in Ohio. Yeah, so there's all kinds of warnings going on right now. One of the reasons why the weather intensity score is so high right now is not necessarily just because of the tornado warnings. Obviously, that's a big part of it, but we have a ton of winter storm warnings and ice storm warnings that also contribute to that. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I just put Jordan Hall in slot number 3. He had a great view of the wall cloud there on his drone. This is our storm, I believe near Hattiesburg. His location's slightly glitchy, but it was almost on the ground. It's not yet, but it's going to be soon.
All right. Thank you, Riley. So this is a live look from Storm Chaser Jordan Hall, who is near our Hattiesburg storm, which is what we're calling it. This is the storm that's heading up towards Rickton now. And then we've also got some other people out there on the same storm. Pretty much all the chasers, as far as I can tell, have chosen this storm. So we're going to have a lot of angles here. We've got Jordan with his drone up in the air. We've got Bryce Shelton, who's on the ground following the storm. We also have Brandon Kopic, who's got the PTZ camera with the windshield wiper on it, which is always nice and Dixie. Definitely going to be needing that. So we've got these guys. Let me see. Preview. Okay. I need to fix this real quick. I want to use the 3 view here. Let me put our new... Oops. Let me put our new overlay on this. All right. And I know the daggone ticker scroll is a little weird, but we'll fix that. And then what else needs to be over here? Live production, y'all. Part of it. Bear with me. So, who is watching right now and where from? Let's see in the chat. Do we got a lot of people watching from Mississippi and Alabama and Louisiana tonight? Because I hope so. I hope we're able to reach those people. I also hope that we've got people tuning in from elsewhere as well, because you guys help us spread the word. We got some people in Minnesota. So yeah, I think we're probably going to have a lot of people that are interested in the winter side of things as well, huh? Got somebody in Hattiesburg. We've got people in lots of people in Mississippi. But I'm also seeing people from outside of there as well. Another thing that I want to say is if you guys want to send your pictures in, so this counts. This counts as a snow stream because there is snow going on. All right. If you want to send in your Yalameter pictures, all right, we will be giving somebody $1,000 at the end of the stream for entering our snow measuring contest. So if you want to measure snow today, send us a picture on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, or pics@ryanhallyall.com. At the end of the stream, we will pick one of you to win some money. We've done it twice this year. 2 people have won $1,000 for watching the weather, which is a revolutionary idea. I promise you that ain't going to happen over on the Weather Channel, boys. Hey, here's one from Doug of The Proper Order. Nice name. Thanks for sending this in. This is from Pekin, Illinois. I think I'm saying that right. And I've gotta fix my web. Yeah, let me fix this too, because I don't want to be like moving. I don't want to be moving the thing all day. All right, where's new radar? Overlay new. Okay. Before the spring, all this is going to be tidied up. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. Okay. Yeah, so things are just a little bit sloppier than usual. That's all right. Now, you guys aren't here for the fancy graphics. You're here for the free access to the weather stuff, and honestly, you're here for Andy. All right, and from what I've heard, meteorologist Andy Hill is going to be with us at some point. I think, but it might be a couple hours. And Riley. If you're just now tuning in, I'm going to go through all of the active warnings right now. So listen up. Here's the latest information on all the tornado warnings we have right now. This one down here, the one that's closest to Hattiesburg, is about to expire. Okay, it's moving out of the area. Hattiesburg, you are not under a tornado warning right now, but you're also not out of the woods. There's more storms to your south and west that might be a problem here soon. Okay, so don't let your guard down, but these storms, the ones producing a tornado warning right now, are moving out. All right, and they're moving into Rickton. All right, and look at this. The rotation here has actually gotten a lot more concerning. We might see this warning be upgraded here soon. This is the kind of storm that definitely could be producing a tornado. Wouldn't be surprised at all. And whenever we get another warning, somebody tell me if it's coming through the audio. Some people are saying it's coming through. Some people are saying it's not. All right, so let's go to the next one. Our other tornado warning that we're watching right now is over here for Brookhaven and Wesson. These storms are looking less impressive than they were when we first started the streams. Unlike the one over here near Hattiesburg, these aren't looking as concerning, but they're still capable of producing a tornado. Brookhaven, you got to be in your safe spot. Pearl Haven, Carlos, Woolworth, stay there at least for the next 37 minutes. We'll see if they expand that warning or continue that warning. Something else to consider here too in Brookhaven and Hazelhurst, even after this storm's over, you've got more big ones on the way. So this is going to happen in waves. Hattiesburg, it's going to be a long night. You guys are going to be dealing with these storms well into the evening and maybe even into the early morning hours. So anybody from Jackson to Hattiesburg, especially over into places like Demopolis, Montgomery, Alabama, you guys are going to be dealing with this for a while, because it looks to me like what's going to happen here is this area is just going to get a train of supercells, and then we're going to have a powerful line of storms come through that's going to have its own problems, maybe with damaging winds and even some embedded supercells. So yeah, this looks like a pretty dangerous deep south setup. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so I was just taking a look at the ARRR and a few model run trends we've been seeing over the last couple of hours. If you actually want to zoom out a little bit and put that pink circle back so I can talk about the area that you had circled there. Right now we do have the 2 tornado warnings, and as you can see to the south and west of that furthest over or furthest west tornado warning, there's a lot more convection behind it. What it seems like the models are starting to hint at is all of the convection behind it is sort of going to bunch up, and that is going to drop the tornado threat for that area. However, our cell that's currently near Hattiesburg does look like it is going to become a lot more discrete, and there is actually a very large hook on it on the ARRR, which is not something you see very often. So if you are in front of this Hattiesburg cell, basically take that tornado polygon and stretch it all the way out, probably halfway through Mississippi. That would be the region, or halfway through Alabama. That'd probably be the region that I'd be the most concerned of in terms of tornado potential. And that is sort of the same thing that WAST is suggesting to us, is that is our greatest region of tornado potential.
Okay. Thank you, Riley. Okay, I think I fixed the audio for the warning, so we've got that going. We're going to hear a lot of tornado warnings tonight, y'all. This is going to be one of those nights, unfortunately. Remember, we do have a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes tonight. Some of our most impactful severe weather days have happened with those parameters. Here is a current look at all the watches and warnings across the U.S. right now. You can see that we've got our tornado watch in the yellow here that encompasses all of southern Mississippi, a lot of southwestern Alabama, all of southern portions of Louisiana. We've got the 2 tornado warnings here. We also have a giant area of the U.S. that's under a winter storm watch warning or advisory right now. And then we've got a bunch of warnings over here in the west as well. We've got a huge storm impacting the U.S. Right now. We've got another one that's impacting the west coast in the form of an atmospheric river. That one's going to cause us to be live again this weekend. So we are in the middle of a very active pattern. How many people do we have watching right now, though, in Iowa, over towards Chicago, Milwaukee? I would love to see your snow photos. I know it's probably getting pretty wild out there. Speaking of snow, this is what it looks like right now in Altoona, Iowa. This is out there on I-80 at 34th Avenue. How about you over there? Also in Altoona. And then West Des Moines. It's a daggone blizzard out there, at least intermittent blizzard conditions, especially over there in more eastern portions of Iowa. I know we've gotten some reports of 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts near Cedar Rapids. What a vast difference there is between that and this, though. This is, about 1,000 miles to the south. Jordan Hall is currently in Perry County, Mississippi, giving us a view of the severe side of this. And so is Bryce Shelton. He's got some low-hanging stuff over there, some scary-looking clouds out in front of him there in New Augusta, Mississippi. We've also seen some pretty interesting stuff coming from Brandon Stream here. So we've got some of the best storm chasers on Earth, really, on our side today. One of the hardest things about, tornadoes happening in the evening in this part of the world is they're really hard to see. All right. Even if you're a storm chaser, look at this. Like, how are you going to see the tornado with all those trees over there to your right? So we've got these guys. Jordan, for example, he's really good with the drone. They're basically like mobile tower cameras because it's really hard to see the tornado on the ground out here. So they're constantly putting the bird up in the air and giving us a unique view. All right. There we go. We got a severe thunderstorm warning. Did you guys hear that? Did you hear the ding? Ryan, is Jordan related to you? No. Jordan is not related. Oh, yeah. All right. So now, whenever we get the what was that? A new tornado warning. You guys should hear that. First one, yeah. So it now I guess you just got to tell me if it's too loud, or if it's. I can't really turn it up anymore. I can turn it down. But I'm so excited. I know that like everything's a little messed up as we started the stream today, but I'm so excited for this spring to share with y'all some of the stuff that we've been working on. That's going to make the live coverage so much better. You haven't seen anything yet. Let me just tell you that. The goal is to see every tornado, all 1,000 of them that happened this year, and be able to provide relief within 8 hours after through the Y'all Squad. And I think that we've set ourselves up. We've been working so hard building out warehouses and buying box trucks and working with camera companies and surveillance companies to make that happen. And as bad as I hate to see the tornadoes and stuff happen and the tornado outbreaks and stuff, it's inevitable. So I can't wait until we can use all the stuff that we've been working on. So Richton is in a pretty dangerous situation here. Every time I see a new frame from the radar, I get a little bit more concerned. The latest velocity scan there is quite concerning. We've got now, like I was talking about earlier, we didn't have a what's it called, a tight area of rotation. Now we do, and it's on the west side of Richton, north of McSwain. That might be a tornado. No confirmation yet, but that's the kind of velocity signature that you would look at. That you would assume a tornado would come from, I guess. So we're going to wait for another frame to come in here just to confirm. We're also going to wait and see if the Weather Service agrees. The Mad says, I'll trade the Deep South my snow for their tornadoes. That's a weird trade. Yeah, so the Toledo area is under an ice storm warning, yes. We've got an ice storm warning for northern Ohio, and there's also an ice storm warning for the mountains of West Virginia. That's all the ice that we have right now, ice storm warnings. So if you're just now tuning in, we are becoming more and more concerned with the signature that we have here north and west of McSwain. This is potentially very close to trying to produce a tornado. Let's see if we've got any other developments. Let's go check in on some of these other warnings. This looks more impressive than it probably is, but we've got a decent area of inflow still coming into the Brookhaven storm. This is now approaching Woolworth and Carlos again. Get ready up there in Beauregard, up towards Georgetown, Mississippi. This might be producing a tornado soon. Wow, look at all the rotation in this line too. Wow, look at this. Holy smokes. Yeah, this line's a problem. So what we're doing here is the radar site that we're using right now is pretty far away from these storms over here between Woodville and Fayette. So we're looking more at the tops of the storms, which is where the rotation is going to start in a system like this. And just look at what's happening here. We've got a significant amount of rotation trying to come together near Fayette. Now let's come closer. Let's get a closer look at these velocities. It's hard to, because this is a radar hole. But yeah, we've got a really interesting situation happening here near Fayette. I would be getting ready for a tornado warning soon in Dennis, Crossroads, Blue Hill, and Violet. Get ready. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but that might need a tornado warning. Same for this area of rotation near Roxy. There's 3 potential future tornado warnings here. Now, the reason we don't have those yet is because this rotation is likely elevated. But if it starts to make any sort of progress more towards the surface, the Weather Service will almost certainly issue those warnings. And you can start to see it here near Wilkinson. You see how we're starting to see the reds and the greens closer together right here. It's not as impressive as the upper levels, but that rotation will likely translate towards the surface. Look at this. Oh, yeah, look at the storm north of Roxy. I'm surprised that these don't have tornado warnings yet. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan. Jordan Hall, the clouds are doing something here. I'm not going to say it's a tornado yet, but that might be a tornado. Okay, now I'm more inclined to say it's a tornado. Every second, it's looking more and more like a tornado here on the drone.
What's he in? 3? Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, he's in 3. It's really wispy. It's not strong, but it did look like there was some sort of vortice stretching going on from that wall cloud to the ground.
Okay, and just to give the viewers context, Jordan, is he on the Richton storm? Or is this the more towards...
Yep.
Okay.
Let me look at the camera program. I can actually tell you exactly where he is. He is on Highway 16 in the town of Richton, and that is now a tornado. It's on the ground. He can see it picking up debris. I'm listening to his stream at the same time. If you're in the town of Richton, take cover. This thing is probably going to get stronger. It's not going to stay this elevated. Once we actually see it stretch down to the ground, it'll be able to establish itself more, and it's going to get even stronger. A lot of people are saying my mic's low too on Zoom. I don't know if you can tune Zoom up a little bit. I can turn it up on my side too if we need to.
I turned you up.
But all right.
Okay. Thank you all for helping us with the audio. It's a problem, I know. Okay, so we've got this tornado warning here for Richton. And this is the live view of that. Okay, we've got a ground scraping wall cloud and an intermittent tornado happening right now in Richton. It's coming across Highway 42.
Warning has been issued.
We just got a new tornado warning. with radar indicated rotation for Jefferson and Claiborne counties, and that's going to be for one of our storms over to the west. Okay, so you remember I was just talking about how I was surprised that these storms don't have tornado warnings yet. Well, here we go. Claiborne and Jefferson County in Mississippi, you are now under a tornado warning. That's going to be for this area of rotation right here. Get ready. In Violet, Blue Hill, Burnell, and Barland, you've got a tornado-producing storm coming towards you right now. You want to take shelter, get into the most interior room of your home. This is coming up near the Pattison School, and it's going to cross between Tillman and Violet. Take shelter if you live in any of those areas. I would be expecting a new tornado warning soon for the Roxy area and maybe Rosetta and Crosby, Mississippi as well. I mean, all the ingredients are in place for a regional tornado outbreak here, okay? So I need everybody in Mississippi, everybody in southern Mississippi to be hyper-focused on these warnings and making sure they're getting to their safe spots whenever they come out. What is this traffic camera, Riley? Which storm is this near, if you know off the top of your head?
Yeah, that is closer over to our line in the backside. It's working its way towards. I don't know if you have the camera names on there, but it's camera 176.
Okay.
For some reason, locations aren't working on the camera software again. Like when you click it, it flips it to the wrong spot. But it's back there towards the western border of Mississippi.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So yeah, we're trying to give you guys the best view we can of the storms as they come in. Let's go through these warnings again, though. Here's a tornado warning for Lincoln, Copiah, Simpson, and Lawrence counties in Mississippi. The reason I'm coming back to this one is because we just talked about how it looked less impressive. Well, now it's looking a little bit more impressive again. That inflow is really trying to do something here at the base of the storm between Beauregard and Woolworth. I would take shelter in Strong Hope and Cowanville if you haven't already. And my goodness, this storm over here needs a tornado warning yesterday. Both of these storms, look at this. The storm north of Roxy, this is an incredible signature, even though we're far away, right? Even though we're technically pretty far away, we're seeing up in the top of the clouds. This is textbook right here. Between Hamburg and Oldenburg, we might have a tornado developing here. Please take shelter in Elmo, Bonus, and Perth. This is another good reason, I think, to tune in to streams like this, is because while a tornado warning is going to come from the National Weather Service for this storm, we've been talking about it for 20 minutes as we've discussed the suspicions of what might be going on here. It's the same conversations that they're having at the National Weather Service as they decide whether or not they're going to issue the warning. But then they have to type it out and they have to enter it in the system and they have to push the button and it has to go out to everybody's phones. It takes a while for that to happen. So, being here for the process of that before the warning's even issued, I think is going to help people understand the risks and be able to take action earlier. So, just wanted to, put that out there. Rotation near Richton continues to look impressive. And we've still got our storm chasers on it, but nothing definitive just yet. By the way, if you're tuning in from, I see some people commenting in northern Mississippi. If you're near Tupelo and you've got some strong winds and some heavy rain, you've got some general thunderstorms coming through. These are also going to move through Florence, Decatur, Huntsville. These are going to move up into middle and eastern Tennessee later as well. Chattanooga, you guys are going to have some thunder tonight. But the severe weather is likely going to stay to your south. Okay, this is our day one outlook here. We've got an enhanced risk of severe weather. That it goes all the way over to Montgomery. Demopolis is included in this, the orange there. Notice how the slight risk makes it all the way to Atlanta, but it doesn't make it up there into Chattanooga. There we go, yeah. And then one of the reasons why we're so especially concerned about today is because the enhanced risk is driven by a 10% hatched probability of strong tornadoes. So we've got a 10% probability of seeing EF2 or greater damage from some of the tornadoes that happened tonight. And I want you to notice another thing. See all the warning polygons down here? They're not even fully into the enhanced risk yet. The environment's going to become much more favorable for tornadoes as the storms get over here. So the fact that they're already spinning as much as they are over here means that by the time they get right here, things will be even more active than they are right now. Yeah, we've got a lot of people moving around the weather house if you're hearing doors opening and stuff in the background. It's becoming a busy place. All right, let's take the SPC Outlook off and let's go through some of these warnings again, shall we? Velocity continues to look impressive on our storm moving towards Violet and Burnell and Claiborne and Jefferson counties in Mississippi. Please take shelter if you haven't already. The Richton storm, just based off velocity, it looks a lot less impressive now than it did a few moments ago. Look at this. Right before it got into Richton, we had a very tight couplet here. That's when we were looking at the tornado through Jordan's stream. And then I think it's kind of fallen apart. The rotation isn't quite there as much anymore, but we're still under a tornado warning in Brewer, Henderson, and Mulberry. This is going to come up towards the Chickasha State Wildlife Management Area. Take shelter if you haven't already, but hope for the best here as it looks like the rotation's unwinding a little bit. That's likely going to be a cycle. It'll come back together on its approach to western Alabama, so don't let your guard down out here. That's for sure. And then let's check on this warning as well. The rotation here north of Woolworth is also letting up a little bit. So hopefully we're going to get a tiny little break in the action here before things start, kind of ramping up again. But my goodness, I am still surprised we don't have a precautionary tornado warning for these storms. Even though I know that we're looking high up in the clouds here. That's those are concerning signatures to say the least. Look at all these cells right here. Every single one of these is going to have the potential to try to produce a tornado. Same with these. Once again, all of the ingredients are in place for a regional tornado outbreak. Let's hope that that doesn't happen, but that's why we're live right now. Oh, did I say it wrong? Chickasha? Chickasha? Looking at the snow side of things, over here in Illinois, we've got heavy snow coming into Springfield, or heavier snow coming into Springfield right now. Chicago, some of the heaviest snow of the evening is still on the way. It's snowing heavily in Chicago right now, but there's some heavier bands coming into Chicago here soon. Really heavy snow getting ready to come up into South Bend as well. Pretty heavy snow going on all across Michigan right now. The heaviest snow is probably occurring in Cedar Rapids. I would love to see your snow reports in Cedar Rapids. Try to make this bigger so you guys can see the cities. Yeah. Cedar Rapids. The dark blue there is where we've got heavy snow right now. It's snowing heavily in Des Moines. We've got a pretty large snow shield. So send us your reports, send us your measurements over there on Twitter or at pics@ryanhaulyall.com. Something that we're going to have really soon is maybe an app or a website where you can just submit your photos that way and we don't have to deal with social media and all that stuff. Lots of cool stuff coming. Huge shout out to CP Tanker Joe. Truck driver here. I'm heading from McBain, Michigan to Washington Courthouse, Ohio. I thought I had outran the snow, but it caught up to me in Detroit. Storm seems a bit more south than the predictions from last week. It's actually a little bit more not south. I don't know how to explain it. I'll tell you one thing. The precipitation shield is a lot bigger and more impressive than what I thought it was going to be. The fact that we've got really heavy snow all the way back to Des Moines is an interesting thing. But yeah, we do have snow. Is it snowing in St. Louis? P-type here shows snow in St. Louis. I don't know if this is accurate or not, but if it's snowing in St. Louis, then the cold part of the storm is a little bit farther south than what we maybe expected. I'll be honest with y'all. Since yesterday's video, I haven't even thought about the snow side of the storm. I've been head down trying to get this app, or trying to get the severe stuff sorted out, because we had to do a live stream. I thought we had more time to fix things, you know. Hey, Virginia, thanks for becoming a member, or thanks for being a member for 28 months. It is snowing in St. Louis. Oh, yeah. So this is definitely further south. This is a nice filter. It looks like a filter. I know it's not, on one of these cameras in Iowa. Riley says it looks like a nostalgic winter cam. But this is live right now in Iowa. And this is live as well in Des Moines, Altoona. Lots of snow. Kayla W., thanks for being a member. Miranda, thank you. Snow isn't going that hard in Chicago. There's some stronger bands coming. Bill, N8 UUP, 73s, thanks for the memberships. It's not really sticking in St. Louis. Well, send your photos and your videos on Twitter like Cade did here. Look at this. Cade's got a daggone winter wonderland going on out there. This is Cedar Rapids, so this is pretty good snow. I'll show you what it looked like here at the weather house the other day. Oh, wow. Now this is heavy snow. This is the other morning. I guess, yeah, this is yesterday morning. About from 3 a.m. to 6:30 a.m., it literally snowed about 6 inches here. We had 2-inch per hour snowfall rates for 3 hours. Never seen anything like it. And then here's the crazy part. It snowed 6 inches at 6 a.m., right? We had 6 inches on the ground. By noon, it was all gone. Because we entered the warm nose, and the rain washed it away. Canfire, thanks for being here for 33 months. Cedar Rapids has 6 inches. Wow, lots of Yalameter submissions coming in. Thank y'all. You can't really see the warnings on a phone. Are you talking which part are you talking about? Are you talking about the scrolling ticker? Are you talking about the like what are you talking about? One of the things, if you look at the analytics on the back end of my YouTube channel, I think that we're one of the only YouTube channels in existence where more than 50% of you guys right now are watching on a TV. Only 20% of our viewers watch on a cell phone, and it's because of this. It's hard to cram all of the information that we need to display into a format that works on a cell phone. But we're working on it. Like when you guys see me, maybe not Saturday, but as we go into the spring, we're going to have a whole new, graphics like overlay system, and it's built to look better on a phone. But like, I'm always going to vote for displaying more information because I know that most of you watch on a TV anyways.
Hey Ryan, take a peek at Brandon's feed, please.
This is a live look from Brandon Kopic. And he's near Richton. Let's come back in on our storm over here, which, by the way, that one doesn't have a tornado warning anymore. But it is still interesting looking, to say the least. It looks like it might be trying to come back together. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Copiah County, Mississippi. Notice how the rotation here does look a little bit more organized. So we had a very strong storm that was producing a tornado to the west of Richton. It kind of led up past Richton, and now we're starting to see those reds and greens become more bright, I guess you could say, again, as the storm approaches Smithtown, Pikeville, and Carson City, and Irett. So we might see a new tornado warning in this area here soon. But yeah, the one that was in effect for Richton has been allowed to expire. Let's come over to this other warning, which hasn't been allowed to expire yet, but in 5 minutes it will. But still, stay sheltered in Rockport and Ashley, Mississippi, just in case. And then our only other tornado warning right now is over here for Claiborne and Jefferson County, Mississippi. This one's going to be allowed to expire in 20 minutes. Stay sheltered in Barland and Conn. The rotation... The rotation signature for the storm that's warned is much less impressive than the other three down here that are not warned. Bude, Mississippi, I would be watching out. This is going to be a strong storm for you. And we might see a tornado warning here soon with this very strong supercell coming up towards you. And these little cells that are popping up down here in Louisiana are starting to become more concerning as well. Wow. Yeah, remember, y'all, these storms have to make it into the orange before they're going to be in their prime, I guess you could say. So most of our convection is still back here. The environment is just going to keep getting more impressive, I guess, as time goes on. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go check this out. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Rapides and Avoyelles Parish in Louisiana. This is for Marksville, Mansura, 60-mile-per-hour winds and what is that? Penny-sized hail. Get ready at the Vaughn landing strip. We might have some strong winds coming in here soon. We also got a new warning over here for Hazelhurst, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming in over the next 40 minutes. There's currently 383 active warnings across the United States. Those are mostly winter storm warnings and stuff. And that's also why our weather intensity score is so high. And for those of you who are wondering what the weather intensity score is, it's an internal product that we use here to make decisions about what we're going to do. And it just tells, it's a number that tells us how active the weather is across the United States right now. The higher the number, the more active. We're working on coming up with some sort of scale, running that algorithm against past events like the Mayfield. What was the weather intensity score during the Mayfield tornado? What was the weather intensity score during Hurricane Milton? And once we have that data, I'll share it with y'all so you can have a better idea of what it means. But for us, it's just it's just an indicator of how busy things are. From Hattiesburg all the way up to Montgomery, we could be talking about tornadoes today. Strong. Some of them could be strong. What's the purple polygon? Those are special weather statements. So for a long time, we hid the special weather statement polygons because they will issue these for rain showers. But they are good predecessors to tornado warnings. Like, for example, this storm right here is going to be a supercell that will likely at some point become severe thunderstorm warned. This will likely maybe even have a tornado warning at some point. But right now it's just got a special weather statement as the winds are only going to be around 50 miles per hour and maybe some nickel size hail. But like drawing our attention to this before the other warning is issued, I think is nice. So we've added special weather statements to the map here. Think of it as a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. But yeah, that's a very interesting looking cell right there, but we'll have to keep an eye on. By the way, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for our storm over here that all of our storm chasers are on. Would be surprising if this didn't get a tornado warning soon. Like this is the rotation continues to ramp up. Get ready in Kittrell, State Line, Eret, Leton Hill, Fight. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and maybe, just maybe, a tornado. Deborah, thank you for that. That's so nice. I'm looking at the warning near Jackson. Near Jackson right now, Jackson, Mississippi. The closest warning to you is honestly that special weather statement that we took interest in not too long ago. There is a bunch of storms coming to Jackson though. Right now they're mostly below severe limits. Hopefully that continues to be the case, but you guys are going to have a long evening of thunderstorms here soon. It's gonna start soon, I should say. So a regular thunderstorm warning, yeah, that you could think of a special weather statement as a regular thunderstorm warning in the event that it's issued for a storm. But they'll issue special weather statements for like snow, like a snow shower that's a little bit heavier than usual, a rain shower with some gusty winds. But specifically on a day like today, that a lot of times supercells will get special weather statements before they get severe thunderstorm warnings, and it's just a nice thing to look at. Add some organization to the process of tracking the storms. So we've got a bunch of storm chasers out there, giving us a view. We've seen at least one tornado, or at least what looked like a tornado already. Likely we'll see more throughout the evening, unfortunately, as these storms move across Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Wow. This is a setup. Check this out. This guy watches the weather. If anybody watches the weather, it's this guy. Look at this. He's got us up over here on the big screen. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 extra screens over here. He's got one that he's not even using. Like, he's got so many screens. He's got backup screens. He's got us up over here. He's got Y'allbot going over here. I see Y'allbot. He's got, my goodness. I think we need this guy on the team. This is one of the requirements to work at the for Ryan Hall. You got to have at least 6 screens, and like you're already meeting that requirement. Awesome. Thanks for sharing that. If you're just now tuning in, this is extensive coverage of the severe weather outbreak that's happening now in the Deep South. We are waiting for more significant updates, as we're just kind of in between radar scans right now, so I'm trying to get a chance to catch up with the chat. How can I watch on TV? The best way to watch on TV is if you have a smart TV. Go to YouTube. If you have an Apple TV, download the YouTube app. If you don't have those things, there's probably a way that you can screencast to the TV from your phone. We've got Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham out there today in Hall Force 1, and the lights are white. So I reckon you've got something for us, right, Caleb? Caleb is muted. Oh, look at this. While we wait on Caleb, check this out. We got the tiny Yallometer out there. Who sent this in? Not a lot of y'alls. This is from John. Thank you, John. Toledo, thanks for that. By the way, Toledo, your name reminded me. I want to come over here and look at the Ohio radar. We've got some ice down here between Columbus and Findlay. Some more ice is on the way for you in Toledo. You're under an ice storm warning for the next 15 hours. Significant icing expected. Total snow and sleet accumulations of around 1 inch. And ice accumulations of up to 0.3 of an inch possible. Which could cause some problems. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go take a look at it. Whoa. Severe thunderstorm warning for Walthall County, Mississippi, and Washington Parish, Louisiana. This is one of those cells that we were just talking about, right? That had a special weather statement. Now it's severe enough to get a warning. We've got 60 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail potentially coming for the Thunderfoot Ranch Airport, and the Tylertown Elementary School. Get ready over there. Also, this is a bean. This is a curved bean. All right, if this grows and becomes more mature, this is the exact kind of storm that we've got to watch out for potentially becoming a supercell that produces a tornado. It already looks like one, but a mini version. It's a blip. All right, go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan, can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Awesome. I just want to give you a quick update from my point of view here. I'm currently dropping south over towards the I-35 corridor, where I'm going to head down towards Des Moines, actually. Most of southern Iowa, south central Iowa is in a no-tow zone right now, so it's gotten substantially worse to the point where they're basically cutting off any additional travel that's necessary. So if you're out on the roads and you get into an accident, end up in the ditch, south central Iowa, they are not going to come and get you. They're just going to leave you there until the plows can get out and actually clear the road. So I'm going to be heading down into that general area right now to give you a live look at what that looks like.
All right. Thank you so much, Caleb. Caleb, operations director for the Y'all Squad, and also the pilot of Hawthorse 1 out there, giving us a view into the snow side of this storm. We've got the traffic cameras, right? But how much nicer is this? We've got a live view on the road from Wright County, Iowa right now, from Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham. And just look at all this snow out here in the Des Moines area. Between Des Moines and Cedar Rapids right now, that's where some of the heaviest snow is. You can see some of the heavier bands there. I'm going to switch over to reflectivity to show you more clearly where the heaviest bands are. Right to the south and east of Des Moines. And a little bit farther to the south near Chariton, Ottumwa. That's where the heaviest snow is. It's moving up towards Cedar Rapids. A really heavy snow band just moved past Cedar Rapids and is now moving up towards Dubuque. Madison, Wisconsin, get ready for that. It's coming for you. Milwaukee, you guys have gotten hours of snow on the way. Get ready for a thumping. Now back to the severe weather. Remember, keep those storm reports or the snow reports, your snow photos and stuff. Keep those coming in. Stream. You can easily zoom on a video on a phone if you need to see. Yeah, you can zoom, but my goal for y'all is to not have to do stuff like that. There exists a perfect middle ground that where we can display a lot of information and have it be visible on a phone, and also, display a lot of information. We haven't found that yet. Definitely our current setup is made for the TV. But yeah, that's why I'm here too. We could just put all the information up on the screen and let you kind of discern it for yourselves, but I'm here trying to verbally relay as much of it as possible, so you don't have to just depend on the text. We currently have no tornado warnings. We've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, but we don't have any tornado warnings right now. So we're just waiting for some of these cells to ramp up, and they're going to. Jur has been here for 30 months, says the overlay is fine and I'm on a phone. I do think it is, it works, but it could be better. I am just scrolling through y'all meter pictures. Thanks for sending them in. We're watching this storm very closely, the one that's just popped up southwest of Columbia, Mississippi. That's probably the one that looks the most concerning right now. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin and Lincoln counties in Mississippi. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. We've got another person that's got an awesome setup here. Thanks, Professional Purdy, for sending this in. Lots of screens. I love to see it. I honestly didn't know you could zoom in on the phone. So that is good information. Yeah, so we're just going through all the severe thunderstorm warnings right now. It's just cycling through all of them. All of these are radar indicated 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail kind of storms. Hazelhurst, Brookhaven, you guys are under a warning for that. We've got a bunch of warnings out there for that kind of storm. Even for Avoyelles and Rapides Parish in Louisiana, we've got one all the way down there towards Washington Parish, Louisiana as well. What we're waiting for, and what's about to happen, is some of these unwarned supercells that are forming are going to become a little bit more mature right around the time that our low-level jet starts to increase this afternoon, especially within the next couple of hours. When that happens, we might have to deal with a more significant a tornado situation. So we might have a little bit of a lull in activity here, but that lull is not going to be complete, right? We still have very strong storms, so we're going to continue to relay that information as it comes through. Are you going to cover the snowstorm? Yeah. Absolutely. You guys are sending in, continue to send in your reports. Here's one from Maryland, Frederick, Maryland, even all the way up there. We got a 1 or 2 yalls of snow. The guy in his camera, thank you. Hello from hello Sonia. Thunderstorms are still developing in the unstable air over South Mississippi and southern Alabama this afternoon. There's no tornado warnings in effect as of 4:33 Eastern, 3:33 Central. We are monitoring the conditions. We are waiting for those warnings to start coming back. I don't think we're too far out from that. I'm using this time to kind of set up my monitoring tools over here to make sure that I don't miss anything from you guys on Twitter and all, Discord. I was a little late setting things up today, so I'm setting up some last minute stuff now. I think we're going to be here for a while. We've been streaming for an hour and a half. We're going to be here for a significant amount of time. This watch in Louisiana is the one that ends first out of all of them, and it goes all the way until 8 p.m. Central. So we'll be here probably until at least 10 p.m. Central, maybe even longer than that. So bear with me as we get some stuff set up in the meantime. Any ice storms or winter storms? Yep, there's a big one going on right now. We'll talk about it again here in a moment. Tim Hager says, I always thought that plow trucks, even smaller ones, never spin out, but I was wrong. I almost rolled mine today. Dang. Oh, this is an update on the ice storm situation in Virginia. John sent this in. Thanks, John. No power here in Green Bay, Virginia. It's been freezing rain for more than 24 hours. So that's what we're dealing with over there. Unfortunate situation. We knew it was coming, and it's just about over. But now the power outages may last a little while, especially if we've got that much ice over a large area in Virginia. Some of the power lines still run through the hills and stuff, and that makes it really difficult to repair things during times like this. Sean, good luck with that. When will the Yolometers be back in stock? Yolometers will be back in stock sooner than well, no, I shouldn't say that. It'll be probably next winter. We sold out. We underestimated the need for Yolometers. And I've got a really good idea for the Yolometer 3.0, and I just want to make sure that everybody that wants one in the future gets our latest version. So it'll be we're working on making them right now. We're going to print them this summer.
A new tornado warning has been
then
issued.
You'll be able to get them, late this summer. All right, did you hear that? A new tornado warning has been issued, and guess what? It's for our storm that we've been talking about. Here it is. Tornado warning, radar indicated rotation, Walthall, Mississippi, and Washington County, Mississippi. Let me zoom in on it here for you. Look at that. Wow. So the velocity's kind of hard to read right now, but I don't like the way that the reflectivity looks at all. Very clear sign that we've got a rotating, we likely have a rotating mesocyclone here south and east of Simmons. It's hard to confirm that with velocity, but we definitely have some rotation here. This looks like it's either some interference that's getting in the way on the hook here, or we have a decoupled circulation that's decoupled itself from the parent supercell, which is something that we often see with supercells like this. So either way, that this definitely looks like it could be producing a tornado soon. I don't know if we have any chasers on this one, and it doesn't look like we do, but my goodness, this one probably looks insane. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, unfortunately no chasers and no cameras, so nothing that we can do to see this, but it is a bit of a decoupled rotation going on there. However, my main area of concern is actually going to be where it's handing off. You just got that last radar update there. You can see the old mesocyclone and area of rotation is starting to dogleg. That means that it's no longer going to be dominant, but there is still a lot of rotation at the base of that storm. So I think we're witnessing a meso handoff here, and over the next 15 minutes or so, that new area of rotation is going to be the area to watch.
Absolutely. Thank you, Riley. Yeah, so what we're watching here is the birth of a very strong storm. And even in the beginning stages here, it's strong enough to try to produce a tornado here as it's sucking in all that warm, moist air from the Gulf. If it continues to balance itself out as it comes up towards Dexter and Flowers, it could produce a tornado. So please take shelter if you haven't already. We're not going to have, there's actually one camera, Columbia, Mississippi, but like it's pretty far away. It's the one in, Columbia, Mississippi. And then we won't get another opportunity to see it from the Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras until it gets way up there near Sumrall. But yeah, here's our one tornado warning that we have right now. We're going to kind of lock in on it here. Okay, yeah, here's the closest camera we have to that storm. Oops. So you can kind of see it in the distance there, I believe. We'll keep an eye on that. So we have one tornado warning for Washington Parish in Louisiana and Walthall County, Mississippi. Where's Andy? Last I heard from meteorologist Andy Hill, we wouldn't be able to hear from him for a couple hours. I don't know if there's an update there, but Andy, if he can be here, he will. Here's a look at some of the snow totals from storm number 1 this last night into this morning. A lot of snow in the mountains of West Virginia and Virginia. Some places got over a foot, but areas are even around Washington, D.C. ended up with 6 to 8 inches. It overperformed big time in southern Maryland and Delaware, with some people getting over 8 inches of snow. So definitely a big performer here in the mid-Atlantic areas. 4 to 6 inches of snow all the way up there to towards Philadelphia. So yeah, I think this one dropped more snow than what we thought it was going to. And it also ended up dropping more ice, so the ice became a bigger deal back there in southwestern and south central Virginia. Zachary, thank you. About 3 inches of snow in northern Newcastle County, Delaware. There were some places that got more than that. And I think that a lot of places in Iowa are kind of overperforming as well. There's a look at some snow cameras, by the way. Caleb's out there in Iowa. We've got 511ia.org with some other traffic cameras. We can go back and forth between the severe side and the snow side. This is from Ezra. This cold weather has kept our snow here for the last week. Y'all meter's reading about 2.5 y'alls of snow in Idaho. Rotation looks, interesting and somewhat impressive here on our tornado-warned storm as it goes towards Flowers and Dexter. Reflectivity looks a little bit less impressive, but I think what we're seeing here is just a big opening. We've got all that inflow coming into the storm here. This is nowhere near mature. So, it'll be interesting to see what happens. If the storm doesn't grow, if the storm doesn't become much taller, it's not going to be able to take advantage of this environment in the way that it needs to. But it's primed to. It's got everything else going for it. Brandon Kopic's got a really good view of a storm here. This is probably the storm we're looking at right now, if I'm not mistaken. And then if we go back over here to this camera, you can see really clearly the backside of our storm. So this is the tornado-warned storm near Tylertown. From Columbia, Mississippi, you can see the updraft. You can see how the storm is actually really healthy. It's getting taller. You can see the explosive. Wow, yeah, that's growing fast. So the storm is trying to mature as it approaches New Hope. We might see a new tornado warning issued for this one as it approaches New Hope, Jamestown, and Chirral. So y'all get ready for that. Definitely looks concerning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got ourselves another new tornado warning that was just issued for Brookhaven. Once again, Brookhaven, Mississippi, you're under a tornado warning, and this one looks pretty impressive too. We've got a pretty tight area of rotation right here near Zetas, south of Lloyd Star, and it's about to go right into Brookhaven. Get ready between New Site, Pearl Haven, and Brookhaven, Mississippi. You're under a tornado warning. This is coming right up towards the Shady Creek Acres Airport. This is also going to go towards Weston, Beauregard, and Woolworth, which all of you guys have already been under tornado warnings today. You're under another one. Take shelter now. This one looks to be a little bit more impressive than the other ones, honestly. Schools in the path here include the Mammy L. Martin Elementary School, Lloyd Starr Consolidated School, and West Lincoln Attendance Center. So if you're just now tuning in, we just got this tornado warning for Copiah, Lincoln, and Lawrence counties in Mississippi. If you know anybody out here, tell them to take this one seriously. Brookhaven is a hot spot right now. Yeah, we'll probably be here until at least after 10 p.m. Central. It's currently 3:48 Central. We've been streaming now for an hour and 36. We are currently like 2 hours into an event that will ultimately last, 8 hours or so. So we're still at the beginning stages. Hopefully everybody in Brookhaven's taking shelter. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so actually completely off topic to either the snow or the severe weather. I don't know if you can zoom in on the weather house camera, but it looks like there's a fire in the valley of Pikeville way off in the distance.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can zoom in. Give me just a second. This is a live camera here at the weather house. Currently, no weather to look at, but something's going on out here in the good old town of Pikeville, Kentucky. What in the world we got going on here? Yeah, something's on fire. Look at how far this thing zooms in. Looks like it might actually be, like, it's not like the hills. It might be like a business or something over there. You see this road continues on over. But yeah, I'll keep that zoomed in. Back to Mississippi. Still watching a really impressive storm come together here in southern Mississippi. And there's another one that's kind of hanging around Hattiesburg. That's what our storm chasers are on right now. Brandon's got a good view of it here. I know Corey Gherkin's nearby as well. And I'm sure we're keeping an eye on his stream just in case. But yeah, this is probably very similar to what the storm looks like that's currently tornado warned further to the south and west. Actually, that tornado warning has been allowed to expire. But you can see that it's definitely in a position to where it could try to produce a tornado soon. Corey Gherkin, we should pull him up. He's got something. He's on this storm. You can see the overall rotation of it. And if I'm not mistaken, Riley, correct me if I'm wrong, he is on the storm that's near Hazelhurst and not the one down there closer to the border between Louisiana and Mississippi, right?
Yeah, so it looks like according to the camera software, he's actually on the one on the border. I didn't think he was there. I'm gonna look at Radar Omega quick.
Okay.
He is actually right next to Brandon Coppic. So that is the storm near Waynesboro.
Okay. Well, there's starting to be too many of these to keep up with. I don't see, for some reason, Brandon's not popping up on my side at all.
Brandon and Corey are like on top of each other, so that might be part of what's going on the map. Their icons are just covering each other. Even on Radar Omega, you can only see one of them.
Okay, and this, and the storm we're looking at, as far as you know, is the one closer to the border, right?
Correct. He is in the town of State Line.
Got you. All right, so this is the storm that was just tornado warned not too long ago. It doesn't look like it's tornado warned now. There's a similar storm over here near Hattiesburg right now that looks very similar on radar. So you guys are probably seeing something along those lines. Bryce Shelton is closer to that one. There's also a couple cameras down here, the Forest COEOC and the University of Southern Mississippi. So we're keeping an eye on that one too. But this one, the one that Corey's on right now is definitely looking really interesting. So let's. This storm isn't warned right now. There is a warning though. I think it would be smart to give an update on the warning. Brookhaven, Mississippi, you are still under a tornado warning. Very strong rotation. Just going over the town of Brookhaven right now. No confirmation of a tornado on the ground from what I can tell so far. However, we're probably getting some strong damaging winds here, and a tornado could be about to happen any moment. All right. So if you're in Brookhaven, Pearl Haven, you've got to get to shelter now. Also in Carlos, Montgomery, if this thing isn't producing a tornado right now, it very well could by the time it gets to Woolworth. Right. So take shelter immediately. We're waiting to see if we're going to get another tornado warning here for our storm that's approaching New Hope and Jamestown. And then there's a couple other storms that also might produce a tornado as well. Massive inflow here. So this is another sign that the storm's getting stronger, but it's not necessarily proof that we've got a tornado down or anything like that. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I just wanted to give a general update to everyone in chat and watching right now. It seems like for some reason YouTube's doing the thing where it pushes people behind. Some of you are talking about things that happened 15-20 minutes ago. So whenever you see this, just go ahead and refresh. Double click and swipe up if you're on the mobile app, or just refresh if you're on a web browser, and make sure that you're watching the most current version of the stream.
Thank you, Riley. Something that we do with the Y'allbot stream is we make it to where you can't scroll back, so that you're always up to date. But I know with these, people like the ability to go scroll back, because there's moments where I talk about a storm or a forecast, and it's just nice to go back and look at that. But yeah, sometimes if you're buffering, or if for whatever reason you pause the stream, sometimes you can get behind, which is not what you want in a situation where we're trying to give you real-time information. Okay. All right. We were we were a little confused about the location of Brandon and Corey. They're on the storm near Waynesboro. I think I was looking at the one back here, but the storm near Waynesboro. This is the one that they were on, or that they are on right now. So all of these look similar, right? That one might as well be this one or this one. All of these storms that are popping up right in here are doing the exact same thing. And that's the point that I was trying to make. Like, whatever we're seeing there through Jordan's feed or Brandon's feed or any of these guys that are on this storm that's going into Alabama, that's probably what's going to happen with these storms back here near Hattiesburg as well. Sorry for the confusion there. Massive inflow coming into our tornado warned storm. Nothing tightening up yet, but it's quite concerning what's coming up towards Woolworth. So please take shelter if you haven't already. Hey, how come nobody's playing in the snow? I'm trying my best to include as much snow coverage as possible, but we've been a little distracted by our tornado warnings over here, which obviously will take precedent and be of the highest priority as long as they're in effect. But speaking of snow, we do have wonderful people sending in snow reports. Here's a Yolometer out there in Holdridge, Nebraska. Chris, thanks for sending this in. About 4 or 5 y'alls of snow out there. You're entered to win $1,000 at the end of the stream. Congratulations. Just from sending in this photo, just for watching the weather. Here's a good one. This is Prairie's emergency Yolometer. Love it. Not a lot of y'alls of snow, but a lot of passion, a lot of creativity. We love to see it. Oops, 3-view. Yeah, we're watching all these little, all of these smaller cells. The one down here near Columbia, this could produce a tornado at some point. The one that's going through Hattiesburg right now, it's not even severe, but we've got to watch it very closely. The one down here closer to Poplarville is also looking interesting. By the way, Hascams number 25. I don't know if it's facing west, but if it is, it probably has a really good view of the Poplarville storm. Just so we're looking at it, and if it shows anything, we'll pull it up. Strong storm moving through Natchez right now, going over towards Fayette and Roxy. I'd also watch these. These have the look to them that they could potentially start rotating here soon. But the most concerning thing on the radar right now or the most concerning things is probably going to be this and this. The Brookhaven storm is already warned, and it's moving towards Woolworth and Winilla right now. Brad, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching all the streams and all the videos. We've been busy making videos. I think we're on day 9 or something of consecutive videos. We did 14 straight videos at the beginning of January. And we've got a pretty strict policy here of only making videos whenever something's going on. So lots of stuff has been going on. Yep, another storm in Brookhaven. This is the second tornado warning of the day for them. The rotating part of that storm is past Brookhaven, though. It's just a strong thunderstorm right now. But I would stay sheltered, just in case. Yeah, we've had some really strong rotation signatures show up and just disappear. So that's good. So far, we haven't seen any strong tornadoes, but the environment is capable of producing them today. Where's Brad Arnold? Brad Arnold had other things going on. He had an appointment or something, so he's not with us today. This is Brad Arnold's turf, though. So, you know, normally he would be out here. Do we still have eyes on the Columbia Radar Omega camera? If it's looking interesting,
has been issued.
We should pull that up because we just got a tornado warning on that storm. And there's a camera right there. Whoa. Yeah, that's interesting. So here we go. This is a live look from within the Radar Omega app of the storm that just prompted the tornado warning for Columbia, Mississippi. This is for Jefferson, Davis, Covington, Lamar, and Marion counties in Mississippi. This is going to go on for 55 minutes. We've got a decent amount of rotation showing up here on radar near Lovelace. And we've got a full view of the entire base of the storm here from this camera, the cyclone port. So take shelter if you are in Columbia, Mississippi, obviously, Harmony, Emmanuel, Improv, Hopewell, Rocky Branch, all the way up to Sumrall. Once again, you guys are under a new tornado warning. You've got to take shelter. Right in the path of this, if this produces a tornado soon, which it very well could, we've got the Marion County Vocational School. Right after that, it's going to cross U.S. Highway 98 near Columbia. We've got the heavy rain and some of the hail starting now. Yeah, it looks like that is somewhat of a wall cloud that we're seeing there on the left side of the camera. I don't know if this is a PTZ camera or if they have the ability to move it. But we had a really good view of the storm there. And I believe it's coming in the direction of the camera, so Oh yeah, so it is PTZ. Yeah, this is one of those cameras that you can look at in the Radar Omega app, for those of you who are asking. Wow, look at the motion there. This might be trying to produce a tornado right in front of us here. Once again, this is a live look at a tornado-warned storm coming into Columbia, Mississippi right now. The rotation that you're seeing there, that little dangly bit, is currently near U.S. Highway 98 and the intersection of U.S. Highway 98 and Highway 13 near the Marion County Vocational School. If this produces a tornado, which is looking like it's trying to really hard, it's going to come up into the general Columbia, Mississippi area near Broad Street and the Marion General Hospital. This is a live look right now at a developing tornado in Jefferson Davis County. This is going into Covington, Lamar, and Marion counties as well. What an incredible view here. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, and just a general note about the environment overall, as we're looking at this produce a tornado in front of our eyes, the storm further off to the east that was near state line, that is the one that Jordan Hall, Corey Gergen, and Brandon Kopic are on. That storm is moving it into an unfavorable environment. The winds are not backed like we want them to be in terms of tornado potential. They're coming out of the east-northeast instead of the southeast. So I would assume that storm is probably done in terms of tornado potential for the next couple of hours. However, the one we're looking at right now is in the perfect area in terms of winds coming out of the southeast. So this one is probably going to produce a tornado. All the storms have been struggling in the lower levels, and obviously it looks like on the camera that this one's not. So it's going to be interesting to see if this one can sort of break the streak that we've been seeing so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Riley. This is really an incredible view that we have here of the formation of a tornado. I think that's what we're seeing here. A tornado is forming. Right now, once again, it's going over U.S. Highway 98 in Columbia. This is near the Tractor Supply Co. This is near the Subway. This is near the Hardee's. If you know where all that stuff is down there near the Singley construction area, that's where the funnel cloud's going over right now. If it continues on the path that it's on, it'll go right up near the Marion General Hospital and go between the Marion General Hospital and the Walt Massey Chevrolet. Okay, so if you know where the Chevy lot is there near Woodlawn Church, and you know where Marion General Hospital is, imagine the tornado trying to go through between those two things. That's what's happening here. It's going to go across National Guard Road. Hopefully it doesn't touch down here, but if it does, it'll happen here right around the Tender Loving Care Daycare. Also, the Marion County Community Center, Martha's Place, Marion County Business Complex. All of these places are in the path of this dangerous storm. It's not making contact with the ground yet, as far as I can tell. However, I mean, you can see very clearly how quickly that could happen. It's trying very hard. The last frame on radar shows a little bit less rotation than what we were looking at earlier. But you can see very clearly it's still rotating quite significantly. If this continues on the path that it's on, oh, here we go. We might have, yep. Yeah. That's on the ground. That's on the ground. That's a tornado. Once again, right now it's on Highway 98. This is near the, this is happening right now near the Columbia Diesel castings. This is on the ground somewhere near the Sonic Drive-In near Columbia Purvis Road, moving up towards Aaron's Rent to Own. Okay, if you know where National Guard Road is or Highway 198, that's the general vicinity of where we're looking at here. And it looks like we might lose visual of it. I don't know if the camera's going to be able to pan farther or not. But yeah, there's a tornado on the ground here, just crossed over Highway 98 in Columbia, Mississippi. Take shelter now. Especially if you're up there near Michael's RV Center, Appliance Doctors. Farther downstream, we've got the Grace Baptist Church in the path here. Hopewell. If this stays down, which once again, it's still on the ground right now, a classic looking tornado, just moseying down, what do we call this road here? What is this? Highway 44. So right now I would approximate that it's near the Appliance Doctor's shop down there near Summerall Road, and it's going to parallel Highway 44 up past Gates Road, and then go towards the Grace Baptist Church. Get ready at the Improv Baptist Church as well. This is a pretty rural area. However, it's there's plenty of homes. If I take you over here real quick to the maps view, this is the kind of terrain that we're in here. So these guys, they're not going to see it coming, right? So we need to make sure that they have the alert. They know to take shelter. And we'll put you back on the camera here. This is a mini supercell producing a tornado right now. If this continues to produce a tornado, it's going to come towards you all in Rocky Branch, Hopewell, Corral, and Summerall next. This is a tornado warned storm. The warning is for Jefferson Davis, Covington, Lamar, and Marion counties in Mississippi. So yeah, we just watched the full process of tornado genesis there together. Hopefully obviously there's a tornado on the ground right now, but hopefully there's not a lot of damage. No reports just yet, but we've got people listening to scanners and we'll keep you updated on that. But it's hard to tell. I can't tell if it's still on the ground right now or not. Do you guys see it? It looks to me like it might be disconnected, but it is still on the ground. Okay. It's still on the ground, and it's still moving in the general direction of the Grace Baptist Church. Improv Baptist Church, Rass Farm, Stringer Road. Take shelter. It looks like it might have lifted here from my point of view, but even if we lose visual of this thing, I want you guys to know that this is what it looks like on radar right now. Okay? This is what it looks like on radar, and just keep that in mind, because we're not going to be able to see it through this camera forever. If we continue to see even just this much rotation as it approaches Improve, Hopewell, Rocky Branch, and Summerall, we're going to assume that it's still on the ground. But we'll keep the camera up as long as we can here. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, earlier there was a storm that moved through east of the town of Richton. It's off to the east of Hattiesburg. Brandon Kopic's pulling up to that town right now. There is a traffic jam there. I think there's some sort of storm debris down in the road, a semi in the ditch. No one else here has contact with Kopic, so if you have a chance, go ahead and use Motorola and tell him to go around that town so we don't have to just look at a traffic jam that we know is there for like an hour and a half.
All right. Thank you, Riley. I will do that. I might have to do it through text because I don't have Motorola set up as another thing that we are a little bit behind on here today. But thank you. So we do have Brandon Kopic out there, and in the next live stream, our communications with him is going to be set up, and that'll be really nice. So I'm gonna take us off of this camera, and we're gonna go back to mostly tracking this via radar. But do you guys see now like why it's so important to me to have cameras? Like we've spent so much time and effort building up these. Like we've got 15,000 cameras in our database now. But like that right there, I swear to you, more people took shelter because we were able to show it. So yeah, go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, this is an observed tornado warning. I don't know why we did not get that upgrade, but this is an observed tornado warning for those of you watching.
Yeah, so we've got, it's broadcast media confirmed tornado. I wonder if that's us. It's probably us. Damaging tornado, Covington, Jefferson, Davis, Lamar, Marion, Mississippi. This is going to expire 43 minutes from now. So this is a confirmed tornado warning now. Obviously, as we saw through the camera there, we do believe that this is still on the ground, even though we saw it lift. The tornadoes, they can go up and down and up and down. We're going to assume it's back on the ground here, and we're going to stay in our safe spots and improve and hope well in Mississippi. So everyone in Covington, Jefferson, Davis, Lamar, and Marion counties in Mississippi needs to take shelter immediately if you haven't already. This also goes all the way back to Seminary, Mississippi. You guys are included in this.
Hey Ryan, if you want to take a look at Caleb's camera quick, there's a pretty nasty accident.
All right, we are covering the snow side of this as well. Caleb's in Huxley, Iowa, giving us a view of the dangerous road conditions out there right now in Iowa. We've got intermittent blizzard conditions going on all across the Cedar Rapids to Des Moines area, and Caleb's keeping an eye on that for us in Hall Force 1. Caleb runs our Y'all Squad warehouse in Fort Dodge, Iowa. That's why he's in Iowa so often.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. Let's go check in on the newest tornado warning here. We just got a new warning for Simpson, Jefferson Davis, and Lawrence counties in Mississippi. And this one still looks really concerning. We've got an incredible amount of movement in the air right near the base of this storm. There's a lot of contamination here. It's not necessarily all rotation, but this one doesn't look good. It looks like it might be a problem for our friends in New Hebron, Boggin, Shivers, Cyclone, and McGee in Mississippi. Take shelter now if you haven't already out here in Jefferson, Davis, and Lawrence counties in Mississippi. Back to our confirmed tornado warning. This is moving right up towards Summerall. And remember, it's paralleling Highway 44. We just had a video. We just had a live view of this being on the ground near Columbia, Mississippi. And we're going to assume that it's still on the ground as it goes right up past or between Improve and Hopewell towards Hickory Grove, Higgins, and Summerall. Take shelter now. We're hearing reports of heavy damage to Beacon Supply. Many buildings in this area are heavily damaged at the intersection of 98 and Columbia Purvis Road. So our approximation of where the tornado was exactly right. Homes damaged. We're also hearing homes have been damaged. So unfortunately, it does look like we are going to have some unfortunate news to relay here as we continue to hear updates from the Columbia, Mississippi area. It went right on the eastern side of town, so it was bound to hit something. Yeah, so there are other storms that are calling me. I understand there's more storms that we need to look at. I just want to make sure that we're, really keeping everybody updated on this one, because I know we just had a bunch of new viewers who are interested in the Summerall area pouring in. We've got a confirmed tornado warning for you. Please take shelter. Let's check in on these other storms, though. Tornado warning continues for New Hebron and McGee. And until 53 minutes from now. We've got a huge storm trying to come together here. If the base of this storm can curl up, right now it's pretty straight, right? So we've got some outflow dominant action going on, probably some really damaging winds crossing Highway 27 right now, south of Georgetown, Mississippi. But like if we can get some of this inflow to kind of curl up with the rain-cooled outflow down here, this is going to end up being a pretty bad situation for New Hebron, Mississippi, and McGee, as this is the most powerful storm we have right now. But also, it's not necessarily close to producing a tornado. It is capable of it. That's why we have a tornado warning for Simpson, Jefferson, Davis, and Lawrence counties in Mississippi. There are other storms that look capable of producing tornadoes right now. Look here down near Macomb. We've got 2 or 3 storms that are rotating. We'll have to watch this one specifically as it moves off to the north and east towards Ruth and Sartonville. And then another interesting storm down here near Purvis and Lumberton. Hascam's number 25 is near this storm, near Maxey and Fruitland Park. We'll have to watch this one, as it looks like it might try to rotate a little bit more here soon. Now that we know that these little storms are capable of producing tornadoes, we just saw this one produce a tornado not too long ago. All of these little blips are points of interest now and things that we have to be concerned about. Oh yeah, the Walt Massey Chevy and the Ford
tornado
lot
warning has been issued.
both had it on their cameras as well. So we just got a new tornado warning. Let's go check that out. This one's in Alabama. So here's our first tornado warning of the day in Alabama. This is going to be for Washington, Clark, and Choctaw counties in Alabama. James Spann just went on the air, I bet. Actually, I don't know. Is this in his area? Might be a little bit too far south. But yeah, so this is a really strong storm. We've got a tight area of rotation west of Chatham, south of Layton Hill, moving up towards Yarborough. Take shelter in Ellisville, Bigby, Silver Cross, Tatlersville, and Coffeyville. This, once again, I want to be very clear about how likely it is that this is producing a tornado, or it might be soon, because this is in the same environment as our Columbia storm. It looks very similar. And these things are really close to the ground, so there's not a lot of... It's not going to take a lot to get these funnel clouds to touch. You know what I'm saying? Somebody refresh Yawbot back there. All right, so here's another tower camera. Man, tower cameras are just... This is the future, y'all. We got to do everything we can to get more of these. Look at this. This is Hascam's number 25 near Wiggins. This is showing us the storm that is... This one's in Mississippi, so this is the one that we were just talking about. That's coming up towards Maxey. So if we watch this camera long enough, we might see tornado genesis again, as this is a very similar storm to the Columbia one. This is south and east of Hattiesburg. Okay. You see that little lowering there on the left side of your screen. A very similar thing might happen here as what just happened in Columbia. And if it does, then we've got to watch out in Janus, Red Hill, and Beaumont in Mississippi. We're also hearing more reports that even more homes, trees, and power lines being down in the Columbia area. But so far, no injuries. We haven't heard of any injuries just yet. By the way, that tornado warning for Columbia is still in effect. Okay. But it is no longer, I'm sorry, it is still a confirmed tornado warning. So if we're in Sumrall or Higgins, we need to be in our safe spots, as we still have a confirmed tornado warning for Jefferson, Davis, and Lamar counties. This is coming up towards Union and Seminary as well. The rotation looks less impressive, but we saw that this storm certainly produced a tornado earlier, and it could still be doing so. We've also got a storm that's either producing a tornado right now or is about to produce a tornado in Alabama, north of Chatham, moving towards Yarbo and Ellisville. Take shelter if you're in Washington, Clark, or Choctaw counties in Alabama. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, Andy has his eye on a storm near Ruth, Mississippi. He believes that it is worthy of a tornado warning. That is southwest of Monticello.
Okay. Thank you, Riley. And thank you, Andy. Southwest of Monticello, we've got these two areas of rotation. We pointed these out when they were near Macomb. Now they're a little bit north of Macomb, near Ruth, especially. This one is the one that we're watching the hardest. Get ready in Ruth, Brittersville, Britters Store, and Topeka, as we might have a tornado warning here soon. Let me look at the direction of this. I want to test out our yaw watches. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. So basically in that general vicinity, we would expect to see some sort of warning here soon. So y'all just watch out. Y'all get ready. The rotation is definitely coming together. And once again, this is in the same environment that just produced a tornado not too long ago in Columbia, Mississippi. And we're still hearing reports of damage coming in. We don't want to take this lightly. We want to take this very seriously. So get ready to potentially take shelter in Brister Store, Verna, Robinwood, and Monticello in Mississippi. We currently have one severe thunderstorm warning on top of all of the tornado warnings. I want to bring attention to it as well. 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail possible for the next 44 minutes around Simmersport. By the way, our confirmed tornado warning is no longer with us. This tornado warning for Sumrall and Seminary is now a radar-indicated tornado warning, so we no longer believe this is on the ground. However, it is still a pretty serious situation. We want to stay in our safe spots. Caleb was just running on the road. I don't know what for, but I tuned in just a little bit too late, I guess. And here's the storm that we're watching down there near, what is that? Maxie and Brooklyn in Mississippi. The rotation with this one continues to look more impressive. You can still see that lowering there. It's a little bit more faint now. But this camera is several miles away from the storm. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a tornado warning for this soon, and it might include McLean and Leaf, Mississippi. Dustin says, would you consider this an outbreak? Not yet. But it definitely could be. Like all the, I've said this multiple times, like all the ingredients are there. Oh, okay. So, Andy is with us behind the scenes. Andy can't get to his studio, because Andy's in the winter storm. The roads are terrible up there where Andy is. So he's dealing with the winter side of things. Riley's going to be relaying messages for Andy, I guess, for the next little bit. So that's what's going on with Andy. Everybody's asking about Andy. I have some information for you. He's here. He's in my ear. Oh, here, I just reposted, Radar Omega posted the full loop of the tornado that we watched together not too long ago. A very similar thing is likely happening in Alabama right now. We've got a tornado warning for Washington, Clark, and Choctaw counties in Alabama. We could have a tornado trying to form here very soon, if not already, coming up towards Ellisville and Bigby. Take shelter now. And let's go back to the radar and take a look at this one again. This storm right here is just, it's a problem on radar. It's really hard to see what's going on here. But it's concerning to say the least, because we obviously have a lot of movement in the air right in here. We've got lots of inflow coming into the storm. And remember how earlier I said, if the storm can curl up and if it can wrap some colder air around that inflow, this could be a huge problem. This is the kind of storm that could produce in a setup like this, it could end up producing a strong tornado. Not saying that that's certainly going to happen, but it could happen over here with this little appendage that's come out of the storm here. We're going to watch this closely. If this maintains itself, this might be an entry point for some of that warm airflow, and we could see all of that energy that's currently just causing a huge mess out here confined into one small spot, and that could lead to a tornado. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this storm. We are under a tornado warning in Gwenville, Boggin, Janesville, Cyclone, McGee, and Maddox. And all of these places in Mississippi need to be taking this very seriously and getting into their safe spots. Chris Wilson, thank you for the 5 gifted. Yeah, so some of the places in the path of this storm include Simpson General Hospital, McGee Junior High School, and the Friendship Park. Hey, thank you so much, Chris, for the very generous 5 gifted memberships. Out of all the storms that we've got going on right now, the ones that I'm most concerned about are these. These are the most isolated, and we've seen at least one of them already produce a tornado. So up here near Laurel, Mississippi, we've got to watch out. There is a Hazcam there too, Hazcam number 10. And of course, over here to the south and east of Hattiesburg, Beaumont, and Richton. You guys need to be hyper weather aware over the next little bit. And then, of course, the tornado warned storm in Alabama as well. This is a problem for our folks in Bigby. Hopefully everybody in Bigby is in their safe spot right now. I don't know. It might be better than the smoke for now, Riley, like on the weather house camera. Especially if there's lightning or something going on. I don't know. Once again, I want to go check back in on our Alabama storm because I keep getting drawn back to it. It's also one that's very isolated and all by itself, you know. So and the rotation continues to look more impressive here. It wouldn't be surprising to me if we've got a tornado about to happen here as it comes up towards Bigby. It's just east of Alabama State Road 17 in Washington County, and it's between Milry and Chatham. It's going to cross the Bigby River just south of Coffeyville if it holds together. Hey, Matthew, thank you for the very generous super chat. It says, Ryan, thanks for everything that you do, and thanks for sharing my setup on your stream. I would love to come work for you sometime. Matthew, if you got all those screens, you don't even have to come here. That's why people come here, is because we got so many screens. You've already got the screens. Yeah, so I think the tornado threat's going to continue to increase as we go into the evening. NATOcast, we follow NATOcast here, agrees. Like we've got our highest probabilities much farther into Alabama, it seems. So that could be well after 10 p.m. tonight before we get there. We've got the screens. That's for sure. Max, there's more snow coming. You can never have too many screens, especially when you do what we do. Jeff Lyles, thank you for the 10 gifted. And congrats to all the new members. Y'all, if you're just now tuning in, we just watched the tornado from from birth to honestly until the time it lifted, we just watched the tornado happen in Columbia, Mississippi. We expect more to happen this evening. We're just waiting on the next storm to kind of lock onto. We currently have 2 tornado warnings. And I'm going to give you updates on those momentarily. Y'allbot is broke from what I understand. Our Y'allbot's 24/7 stream is having problems. Yeah, it's like not getting the warnings. I think I know why. I don't know if I can. I certainly can't fix it right now. So Y'allbot might just be broke for a little bit. Oh, it doesn't need to be reset. It needs to be recoded. So that's going to be down for a minute. Yeah, we currently have 2 tornado warnings. I'll briefly go over these again. Our tornado warning continues for Simpson and Jefferson Davis counties for the next 31 minutes. We're about to get a huge wall of wind in McGee, Mississippi, and then there's a chance that some of that could rotate and produce a tornado here. So get to shelter in McGee. This is going through Mendenhall right now. It's coming up towards the McGee Junior High School. Get ready, okay? That's one of our tornado warnings. The other one's over here in Alabama. Really impressive on radar, given the distance. So Coffeyville, Tatlersville, and Salitpa. Yeah. Y'all need to be getting into your safe spots if you haven't gotten there already. Those are our 2 main storms. Otherwise, I'm concerned about this storm as well, coming up towards Beaumont, as it's starting to look a little bit more interesting, I guess you could say, on radar. Brandon Kopic might be one that gets close to that one. Looks like he's en route. And then I think we can see it a little bit on Hascam's 25, but it's getting pretty far away. But yeah, Beaumont, Mississippi, I am watching your storm very closely. I think that something is coming together here. Also, guys, we have Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham in Huxley, Iowa right now.
A new tornado
driving
warning
around Hall
has been
Force
issued.
1. And he's got an update for us, I believe, concerning the snow and the situation up there. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, I am currently, like you said, just to the south of Huxley, Iowa, right off of I-35 here on an interchange. And what we're seeing is conditions here rapidly deteriorate. And believe it or not, we're still seeing people out here driving like it's summer, like we have perfectly dry, clear skies, dry roads. And we're seeing people drive 70, 80 mile an hour down the interstate, which is what's leading to a lot of these vehicles that we've seen off in the ditches and also these pileups that we've been coming across over the last little bit. So if you don't need to travel here in central Iowa and southern Iowa right now, don't. Stay home, stay warm, hang out, watch the stream, order some DoorDash, or better yet, make something you have in the cabinet so you can keep those DoorDashers home too. But I think the biggest thing we're seeing right now is people are out traveling that shouldn't be.
All right. Thank you, Caleb. Lots of people on the roads. Lots of people are going to get stuck. We don't want that. So just another stimulus here, like, hey, stay off the roads. And, you know, to be fair, a lot of people in Iowa, I really do think it's overperforming in that far north and west. So some people might have been caught off guard a little bit, but, you know, we knew snow was coming. Now we know for sure that it's here and it's causing significantly bad road conditions all up and down, especially eastern Iowa. And this is going to continue into Illinois, southern Wisconsin, into Michigan. This is going to be a big problem tonight on the roads. Now, we just got a new tornado warning. Let's fly over to it. This one's way down here to the south in Harrison County, Mississippi. Howison, you guys are included in this. We've got a strong
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So take shelter if you're in Howison. And my goodness, we just got another tornado warning. And that's just a continuation, I guess, of the one that we just talked about. So all the way out to Stone County, Mississippi, you guys are included in this warning. Perry, McHenry, Big Level, take shelter now. This is another one that we might be able to see through HazCams number 25 as it gets closer. So we'll keep HazCams 25 up. But yeah, that's a pretty strong area of rotation. Wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado coming together here near Howison and McHenry. Take shelter now. Back to Alabama. Our storm over here is a little bit less organized, but still strong storm coming up towards Coffeyville, Tatlersville. Take shelter if you haven't already. And then last but not least, our big storm coming into McGee. This is going to be a bad storm in McGee, whether it produces a tornado or not. McGee, get ready for some damaging winds, some large hail maybe, as you're going to get hit by the big forward flank of this. What looks to me like is trying to become an embedded supercell. You see the little hook down here. It's been trying. If it gets its act together, and we see a couplet form right in here, this is going to be capable of producing a big tornado as it comes up towards Coates, Mary, Hale, and Maddox in Mississippi. Take shelter in Simpson, Jefferson Davis counties in Mississippi. So yeah, all of these storms are looking quite impressive. Look at this one. The one coming up towards Beaumont it just continues to look more and more concerning. There's not a tornado warning in Beaumont, Mississippi, but I would say that this is a good time to issue a y'all watch out. Y'all watch out there. And I would say that the warning is coming soon. My goodness. And I think we're going to have some chasers on that one. Matthew, thanks for being a member for 28 months. Everybody in the town of Beaumont, Mississippi, get ready. If this comes together like that, the trajectory of that storm is going to go right through Beaumont. Hopefully it doesn't. Like a lot of these storms today have had trouble. Hopefully this is one of those. But yeah, get ready in Beaumont. There's no warning yet. Hopefully it's coming soon. Howison, McHenry, there's a very strong area of rotation between y'all and Mississippi. This is coming over towards the Erie Lake Recreation area. And that's probably one of the more concerning rotation signatures that we have right now. Is it going to be like this on Saturday as well? It could be worse than this. I'm telling you, I haven't looked at anything. I didn't make a video today because I had a speaking engagement this morning. And oh my goodness. So I haven't looked at anything. I am the worst weatherman because I didn't even know this. Look at this. Saturday's almost certainly going to be worse. As we already have what is this, day 4? Yeah, day 4 enhanced risk. This is this is probably going to be the biggest severe weather event of the year so far for Southeast Arkansas, Northeast Louisiana, Central Mississippi, and West Alabama. And what's funny is I think there's a big like storm chaser convention happening at the same time or right before it. So the storm chasers are going to have to pick maybe what they're going to do, because Hey, February 15th sounds like a good day to have a storm chaser convention because, there's not going to be any severe weather on February 15th. Well, here we are. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, just a little bit on Saturday. You brought up the convention, so before we get into the sort of forecast, of course, what you said, it'd be a great day to have a convention. Guess what? Caleb's going to be there. I'm going to be there. Luke's going to be there. And there's going to probably be an enhancer of moderate risk. So at this point in time, the main thing that you're looking at in terms of how significant this event is going to be is trough geometry. So that is, what does it actually look like on the map? You're not looking at your dew point. You're not looking at all those sort of things. You're just looking at, okay, what is the actual trough looking like? And it's looking really, really good, actually. So it's basically a worst case scenario in terms of severe weather potential for Dixie Valley. And one thing that we saw, or one stat that I saw a couple of weeks ago, is the period of tornadoes. So like the peak period is actually shifting closer and closer to February or late February and early March, and more out of what we'd normally consider the spring. So I think it is going to be interesting to see if this year is going to follow the trend, especially with this event, if we're seeing an earlier shift in tornadoes. And who knows, maybe 2 years from now we ain't going to be thinking of, hey, March, May, April, those are our tornado months. It's going to be, okay, February 18th, we got to get going, there's going to be an event this day. But yeah, all you can really look at in terms of forecasting right now is the trough geometry. Once we get closer to day 3, we can make a better guess looking at actual products like that. But until then, no, just look at the trough. That's all you should be looking at in terms of potential.
Thank you so much, Riley, for that. So yeah, Riley's going to be there at the Chaser Summit. Luke Hatton, Caleb Beecham, he's going to be there with Hall Force One and ISP Tech, our internet provider, and it's going to be a jolly time. But there's going to be a lot of upset people there, I believe, if if they're not able to go storm chase the first big event of the year, as it does look like that's going to be the case. Like this is it also is extending farther north than what I think you would expect this time of year as well. Nashville, Knoxville, Tennessee, even close to the outer edge of the 15% zone. So yeah, that's definitely going to be a busy day for us. And I'm going to really put my head down and fix our overlay over the next couple of days, because I thought I had all February to get it done. Severe weather supposed to start in March, but here we are. But anyways, getting back into the coverage, we currently have 4 tornado warnings. Let's go through all of them. 2 of them are technically the same one. All right, we've got a split polygon here. This is a great opportunity to talk about this. I know Kinsey's going crazy right now. She wants me to talk about this. We made a shirt just for this situation. You complete my polygon for Valentine's Day. If you're a weather nerd, this is awesome. But what was that? Okay. But anyways, what's happening here? The reason why the polygon is split is because there's 2 warning areas, right? There's 2 different warning offices, 2 different National Weather Service offices that are coordinating together to issue the same tornado warning. So a lot of times you'll see one come out, and then you'll see another one come out, and you'll be like, why do they issue 2 tornado warnings for that? And that's a good question. I think that's something that we should modernize. Like, I don't think that should be a thing. It should be a lot simpler and a lot easier to understand, because I imagine people in Howison got 2 separate alerts, and people in McHenry, got 2 separate alerts as well, and it's just a mess. But yeah, that's the reason why that happens, is coordinating offices and CWAs. Anyways, that warning is going to continue all the way up towards Big Level and White Crossing. Take shelter now. Our storm approaching Beaumont doesn't have a tornado warning yet, but it still looks very interesting, to say the least, on radar. So get ready in Beaumont, just in case they issue a tornado warning here soon. You're going to want to take shelter. That's going to continue to go on up towards Erett and Grafton. Our tornado warning in Alabama has been allowed to expire, and then we are only left with this tornado warning in Mississippi here for McGee. And we've been talking about McGee for a while. The storm's there now. It's coming through. We've got strong winds coming into play right now. The rotating part of the storm is still not rotating enough, in my opinion, to produce a tornado, but it's so close, so be on the lookout in Coates and Maddox. Make sure you're in your safe spot. We might see a new tornado warning issued here soon for Mize and Taylorsville if they want to continue that. Yeah, Brandon Kopic is really close to the Beaumont storm. And we've got him right here. Hey, Randy Shannon. Thank you so much for sending this in. He's got the Yolometer out. 4 inches near Janesville, Wisconsin. Thank you so much for sending this in. You're entered to win our snow measuring competition. So if you've got snow out there, go measure it and send it to us. And if you're like, man, I wish I had a Yolometer to measure it with, well, come back in the summer. We'll have them ready for you. Yolometer 3.0s. It's an exciting time.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got ourselves a new tornado warning. We're going to go view it. Here we go. This one's for a new storm that we haven't really talked about. It's down here near Magnolia, Mississippi. It's a pretty decent area of rotation here. This is going to go all the way up towards Holmesville, Topsail, and Enon, Mississippi. Now, this is a precautionary warning. That we don't know for sure that there's a tornado down with this one, but it's entering that environment that produced a tornado near Columbia. Right here's Columbia. Here's the new storm. So it's capable of producing a tornado. So we need to take shelter if we're in Pike County, Mississippi, or Walthall County, Mississippi. That's going to go until 5:45 Central. It's also in the path of this storm. We've got the Macomb Pike County Airport, the Beecham Memorial Hospital, and the Eva Gordon Elementary School. What is the Hascam? Hascam is hascams.com. It is simply, so you guys know Brett Adair. He's often a storm chaser that we have with us. Brett Adair has a company called Hascams, and what they're doing is they're just putting up cameras everywhere and helping out emergency managers with and like people like me to see tornadoes. So, and like also it's on a website, hascams.com. I really don't know how else to explain it. It's just a bunch of cameras. That's a big thing that like that's a big part of like what I'm doing nowadays is I'm trying to I'm trying to figure out a way to get cameras everywhere that there could be a tornado, because we've seen the research, we've heard the stories. Whenever we're able to show it like we just were, it saves lives, because people take that more seriously whenever they can see it. And like the storm chaser vantage point is important, right? Like we always are going to have storm chasers. We're always going to work with storm chasers. But down here in Alabama and Mississippi, it's very rare that a storm chaser ever actually sees a tornado, because they're down on the ground. And look at Brandon's feed down there. Like you can't see anything. So having the cameras up on cell phone towers and radio towers and, hundreds of feet in the air is the way to go down here. And we're just trying to make it happen. It's expensive to put them up. It's expensive to maintain. It's hard to find people that can justify the cost. But it's
a new tornado warning.
It's a big part of my mission now. We just got a new tornado warning. Greene and Perry counties in Mississippi. Let's go check it out. So this one is a little bit farther to the east, and guess what? This is one that all of our storm chasers are on. So back room, Hascams number 36. Hascams number 36, storm chaser Bryce Shelton. They are both right next to the base of this thing. So let's make sure we've got those on the screen. Also, Brandon Kopic and Corey Gherkin are over here as well. So here's a good view from Corey right now. So this is our newest tornado warned storm for Greene and Perry counties in Mississippi. This is a live view from, I'm guessing, yeah, this is from a drone. And you can see the lowering back there. We've got a tornado trying to form here. This is our storm that just went by Beaumont. So we've been saying Beaumont a lot. This is past Beaumont now, and thankfully it's waited until it's got past Beaumont to really try to produce a tornado, but it is trying now as it comes up towards Cole Green, Garner, and Wilson. Take shelter in Greene and Perry counties in Mississippi. Yeah, Corey, Jordan Hall, Brandon Kopic, Bryce Shelton, and Hascams number 36 are all right on this. Definitely a concerning looking lowering there. Corey's a decent distance away from the storm, but you can see that we've got a pretty broad wall cloud or mesocyclone there. New severe thunderstorm warning. In Mississippi. Very large one. Here's what that looks like. It includes McGee. It includes Taylorsville, Bay Springs, and Lowen. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts over the next hour. Get ready. And Mount Olive. It's going to be a strong storm coming through. Tornado warning is going to expire in about 10 minutes for McGee. Tornado warning is going to continue for the next 24 minutes for Greene and Perry counties in Mississippi. And man, it just keeps looking more impressive on radar. These storms have really kind of teased with the idea of, becoming big supercells that produce big tornadoes. Like the environment's primed for it. These cells are primed for it, but something's stopping them. They get about 80% of the way there, and then they just don't go any farther, which is good. I don't know how long that's going to continue, because as the sun sets, we are going to see an increase in our low-level jet, and that might be the extra 20% that the storms need to keep going. Please tell us if you think Tuscaloosa will be impacted by tornadoes. Tuscaloosa, Alabama, is under a slight risk of severe weather tonight. Tuscaloosa will likely be to the north of the most significant severe weather tonight. That doesn't mean that you won't see tornadoes. It just means that it's certainly not the most concerning area that we're dealing with. But we of course will keep you updated. All right, Jordan Hall's got an incredible view of our wall cloud in Greene County, Mississippi. So this is a live look. I'll put it on the 3 view here. At our tornado warning in Greene and Perry counties in Mississippi. We've got eyes on this thing. If this decides to plant a tornado, we're going to know the moment that it happens. But you can see that it's close to doing that. So we should go ahead and get in our shelters in Coal Green. Coal Green, that rotating part of the storm that you see there on your screen, is going to go right over Coal Green, and it's going to go right over Reba and Garner. So take shelter. Wow. My wife, Stephanie, the weather wife, has been a member for 48 months. She was one of the first members. So we've been doing this for 4 years. I've been doing this for 4 years, y'all. How many of you guys have been here for the whole 4 years? I know some of you have. 4 years of covering the weather on YouTube. She says, so proud of you. Love you so much. I love you too, Steph. Huge shout out to Steph for allowing me to be here and everything. Everybody say shout out to Steph. And also IR Weasel. Thank you very much for the support. If you're just now tuning in, we are watching a storm try to produce a tornado over here in Greene and Perry counties in Mississippi. We've got some really good views of it from storm chasers Corey Gherkin and Jordan Hall. We haven't seen anything make contact with the ground yet, but we're watching some breathtaking footage of the process of tornado genesis. Melissa has been here for 3 years. Melissa, wow, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining the crew early. I wish it worked like the stock market for y'all. Because, you know, some of you guys that were early, that would have been a big time ROI. Some of you guys were here when we had like 5,000 subscribers, 10,000 subscribers. You know, something like that needs to exist. Anyways, we've got a tornado warning in Greene and Perry counties in Mississippi. We've also got a tornado warning in Walthall and Pike County, Mississippi. That it's been a second since we've talked about it, but the rotation is still there. So we've still got a reason to take shelter, especially if we're in Holmesville, Denan, Topsail, and Stardonville. Take shelter over here in Pike County, Mississippi, okay? And my gosh, what's going on in chat? A lot of people are using their membership messages. Shaggy's been here for 5 months. Joel's been here for 25. Mr. Martini says, shout out to my coworker for telling me about your channel. Steph started a trend. Cotton, 28 months. The Living Miracle, 23 months. Bob, 38 months. Almost 4 years. Thank you guys for being here. And thanks for being a member for years. Like, that's crazy. All right. They just shaved off the end of this warning here, so Magnolia is no longer under a tornado warning. They also shrunk down our warning over here that was a part, that was for, what am I trying to say? That was in Greene County, Mississippi. They've shrunk it down to where it no longer includes Ferguson and Benmore. Hey, James Pettis has been here for 14 months. The Mechanical. 47 months. Wow. Some OGs. Hey, Bama D, thank you. Yeah, we've been watching the fire out here in my neck of the woods on the Weather House camera. Thank you for all the support, y'all. If you're just now tuning in, we got a tornado warning near Beaumont, Mississippi, with a large wall cloud that we just saw on the stream, but nothing making contact with the ground. Nalmsy says, hey, Ryan, I've been watching since 2 years ago, watching from the tornado absent Anchorage, Alaska. Thanks for all you do. Well, thanks for tuning in from Anchorage, Alaska. There's so many of these coming in. I know I'm missing a bunch of them. I'm sorry, y'all. But thank you, seriously. Yeah, there's some sort of fire going on here in my neck of the woods. It's not a wildfire, I don't think. Ooh, check it out. New Storm Prediction Center graphic. The primary tornado threat near the surface, warm front, strong tornado possible. Look at this. So they're highlighting this area for a potential strong tornado. That's pretty strong wording there. Several supercells have occurred over the past hour. Mainly from parts of south central Mississippi into southwest Alabama. The environment will remain quite conducive for low-level rotation. Wow. Okay. So if we're anywhere in this area for this mesoscale discussion, this includes Hattiesburg. This includes Wiggins. This includes Laurel, Waynesboro, all the way over to Camden, Alabama. We've got strong tornado possible over the next little bit. This is concerning tornado watches number 5 and 6. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, just following that up, actually, if you want to go over to Weatherbell and take a look at the 15-minute HRRR, I don't think this is going to happen, but there's actually an insane line of beans right before about 10 p.m. coming up in front of the warm front. That is going to be our tornado risk throughout the night, is just any convection right in front of the warm front. That's the only place where the surface winds are actually suitable for tornadoes.
Right. I see what you're talking about. So we're going to be watching really closely, but essentially these storms right in here as they come up in this direction. They could be a continued problem. And I see the potential for prefrontal supercells, I mean, all the way through 2 a.m. From what I'm looking at here. The biggest threat's probably going to be from about an hour from now until 10 p.m. But the threat will continue, I think, all the way until 2. And then things will become much more linear. Not calm. I think we're probably going to see a good storm tonight in Atlanta even. But tornado threat's going to calm down. DeBash, she's been here and a proud supporter for 38 months. I recognize a lot of these names. Yeah, Bash, I know I've talked to you a bunch through the chat and several other of yous. I appreciate y'all for being here. All right, so just an update on our ongoing tornado warnings. Nothing pressing right now. We've got some rotation moving up towards Startonville. We've got some rotation over here in Greene County, Mississippi. But that one, every storm chaser's on this storm, and we haven't heard anything from them. So this one's not producing a tornado right now. So we're kind of in a brief moment where we don't have any active tornadoes on the ground right now, but I think that's going to change. Don't want to get too comfortable, if you know what I'm saying. Go ahead, Riley. Or was that an old light that I'm just now seeing?
Yeah, that's the light from last time I talked.
Okay.
Sorry, I tried to reset it, but my blue light link isn't working.
Okay. Oh my gosh, there's so much I got to fix. Might do a fixing the software stream tomorrow. I don't know if we'll have time to even do a video. We got to get this stuff ready for tornado season, son. Once we get everything lined out, though, you guys are going to be blown away by the cool stuff that we're able to do. Corinna, thanks for being here for 32 months. Lots of you guys have been here since a long time. Yeah, Andy's still here. Andy's with us. He's talking to Riley. Riley's relaying a lot of messages from Andy. Andy's just not able to get to his studio to have a camera and a microphone and all that stuff today because he's in the winter storm part of the action today. Which, let's check in on that, by the way. How many of you guys are experiencing snow right now? Chicago, I know some people in Chicago were talking about how it was not very impressive. Well, some heavier snow's on the way. It's snowing lightly in Chicago right now, but the pretty decent band is coming through Peoria, through Witeska right now. That's going to come up into Chicago over the next little bit. The heaviest snow, though, is definitely to the west of Chicago. Davenport's getting pummeled. Fort Madison. This is all going to go right up into Milwaukee. Milwaukee's already seen a decent amount of snow. Double it. More is coming. Grand Rapids, you guys are going to get a lot more. It looks like Detroit is going to get in on a decent amount of snow here. And then we're still looking at an ice storm warning in Toledo, but this thing might have moved it far enough south to where we'll see more snow in Toledo than anything. It's already snowing in Akron. So yeah, get ready. In St. Louis, it's still snowing in St. Louis, but it's about to wrap up in St. Louis. It's still snowing in Des Moines, but it's about to wrap up in Des Moines as well. So yeah, this is a pretty crazy look at the U.S. right now. Like all of these warnings, almost every county in the U.S. is under some sort of watch, warning, or advisory right now, and most of those are winter related. We've got a big atmospheric river coming into the west coast. So yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking through Twitter. Yeah, it's going to be a big storm on the West Coast. Will Atlanta get in on the storm action? Yes. Atlanta's going to get some storms tonight into the early morning, probably like around 3 a.m. tomorrow morning. They might be strong, but they're not going to be as strong as these that we're about to see tonight, and the tornado threat's not going to be quite as high. And then we'll be back here together again on what's it called? Saturday. With an even bigger the Saturday. Today's storm it just barely met the threshold for live coverage, right? Like we knew that the ingredients are there for tornadoes. But as we've seen, like it's been hard for some of these storms to actually produce tornadoes. Saturday looks like a kind of day where it's like a no-brainer. Like we're definitely going to go live. It's we're going to be able to plan ahead for it and all that good stuff. So it looks like it's going to be a potentially our first big severe weather outbreak of the year. And we will likely talk about Atlanta again, as you guys are going to be on the eastern side of the risk. Atlanta always ends up being, I don't know when the last time I was live when a storm went through Atlanta, because normally the storms happen to the west of Atlanta. They start dying off before they get there, and we end the stream. And that looks like that's probably going to be the case Saturday, as well, as the majority of the strongest storms are going to happen between Birmingham and Shreveport. The tornado warning for Startonville, Walthall, Mississippi, looks a little bit more concerning, I guess, on some of some of these more recent frames. We've got a tightening of the rotation there, so get ready to take shelter if you haven't already in Startonville. We'll see if they expand that warning or continue that warning. Otherwise, it's going to expire in 21 minutes. It is raining. It's freezing raining right now in Toledo. You were live for Conyers, Georgia last year, just southeast of Atlanta. Yeah, I know I have. You know, we've talked about Atlanta before, obviously, but most of these springtime storm systems, and especially the early spring storm systems, usually start falling apart before they get that far east. I just saw that video of the tornado in Mississippi. Yeah, that was wild. We had a front row seat to the full process of tornado genesis. We got to get more tower cams. Has anybody watching work for Love's Travel Stops or Cracker Barrel? I was driving on the interstate the other day, and you just see these towering signs that show the gas prices, right? And I'm like, man, what a perfect opportunity for tower cameras. We just got to talk to somebody. Same thing for Cracker Barrel. They usually have the giant signs. The more of those, I think that's honestly the final step. If we have a completely comprehensive network of cameras across the country, and we have the radar like we do from the National Weather Service, what else can you have? Like, you know, as far as weather surveillance goes. We just got to make a big push. Buc-ee's, yeah, Buc-ee's. The local news stations already do that, but they typically mount them to much lower traffic lights. Yeah, so we have, we currently have access to 15,000 cameras here. Most of those cameras are pointing towards the ground, which is nice. We've seen, tornadoes on traffic cameras. We've been able to help people through traffic cameras, but like that's just half of the thing. The higher up, the better, especially when it comes to tornado coverage. So cell phone towers, big billboards, radio towers, anything that's really high up in the air, we got to do everything we can to get a camera up there. Hey, Ryan's, any plans to put a camera on your warehouse in Iowa? Yeah, so we've got one. We're probably going to do a better one. We might do has cams, or we might get Radar Omega to put cyclone ports. I wanted to be a part of an existing network so that you guys can access it easily and that we can access it easily. But we've got a tower camera here in Pikeville. We have warehouses now. By the way, you guys, I don't know if you know this or not, but like the Y'all Squad has big warehouses in Iowa, Fort Dodge, Iowa. We just got one in Dallas, Texas, and we also just got one in Atlanta, Georgia. Y'all Squad has a presence in Atlanta, Georgia. So we've got 3 good places to put a big tower up if we wanted to. Big severe thunderstorm moving into Bay Springs and Taylorsville right now. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's Smith, Jones, Covington, and Jasper counties in Mississippi. Take shelter, get indoors. If for whatever reason you're outside, it's going to be a pretty nasty storm coming through. Also, behind these storms, we're starting to see flash flood warnings breaking out. So that's happening in Brookhaven right now. Some flash flooding. More on the way. This is going to spread off to McGee as well. Yeah, each warehouse has a big purple truck. So y'all have to be on the lookout for that. If you ever see this thing on the road, you should take a picture of it and send it on Twitter so we can always know where the Y'all Squad trucks are. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find the video. If somebody has the video, share it with me in Discord so I can show it. Once again, it's a terrible thing when a tornado hits a town, but it is inevitable. Like, it's going to happen this year, and I'm really excited to see how well we're going to be able to assist in that situation with our new infrastructure that we set up. If you're just now tuning in, we do have 1 tornado warning currently in effect for Pike County, Mississippi. But other than that, a lot of the storms that we were watching earlier are looking a little bit lackluster. We're waiting for our next big uptick in rotations. We're just taking a breather here. I'm looking at chat. Daggone it. I don't know where the video is, but in the intro of yesterday's video, I think we showed the truck. I guess not. Have the storms reached Montgomery yet? Not yet. The storms are still on their way. And by the way, we're gonna be here for a while. So don't think that we're wrapping up or anything. We're in just a little bit of a lull. Yeah, here's a picture. It's not. There's a video that's much better, but we can't find it. Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I got it. I feel like it's in the social media. Aha.
One time during the season. Even heard Willie.
Back room. You might want to turn your volume down. I don't know how that happened. Daggone it. Yeah, so here we go. Each warehouse has one of these. And this is what we're going to be using, hopefully, to within 8 hours of any tornado happening that causes significant damage in a town, and emergency managers or local officials request help from the Y'all Squad. Within 8 hours. 8 hours is the longest time it should take. We should be able to drop, supplies, whatever they need off. That's the goal of having the network of trucks. Back over here to the radar. Flash flood warning. Lots of flash flood warnings in Louisiana. You can see the progression here is you get the tornado warnings out in front with the prefrontals. With the line of storms, we get a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, and then behind that, we've got flash flood warnings. That pattern's going to continue throughout the night. Yeah, it looks. Yeah, we of course we had to make the truck purple. Y'all Squad shows up. Yeah, so if you guys ever see that thing, which you can't miss it, send us a picture so we can keep track of it. It should be moving around quite a bit, unfortunately, in the spring and stuff. But this is a live look from Greene County, Mississippi, where Jordan Hall is showing us the inside of one of these storms that we've been tracking. Most of our views of these things have been from the outside. We're trying to see the tornado on the the base of the storm, but Jordan's in the thick of it here in Greene County. The tornado warning is no longer in effect for Greene County, Mississippi, but we still do have an ongoing tornado warning for the next 8 minutes in Walthall and Pike County, Mississippi. We finally got some snow up here in Wausau, Wisconsin. This is from Moldenhaus. Hope I said that right. Thanks for sending this in. And thanks for having a Yolometer. Are there systems with video that can be put on a residential house roofs? We've been hit twice by tornadoes and are right in central Mississippi. There's nothing like the prepackaged that exists yet that's like a good solution for that. Obviously, yeah, you can put a camera on top of your house, but there's not like an out of the box. This is like a weather camera thing. You know what I mean? Which is something else that like somebody in my position should probably be working on, because if something like that existed, like, we could get thousands of those out there very quickly through this channel. I just retweeted a really good video of that Columbia, Mississippi tornado earlier from a different angle. All right, so that last tornado warning has been allowed to expire. So now we have no tornado warnings at the current moment. What's the best kind of dash cam to use in a vehicle for live streaming? There really is no best one. There's no best one, to be honest with you. Like, there's any camera that's good is going to work in that situation. The things that you got to worry about when doing a dash cam is mounting it. Like, I don't know what it is, but like, you need to figure out like what's the best mount because keeping the camera stable is way more important than the quality of the camera. And then also, internet connection and all that stuff. But I'll be honest with you, a newer iPhone 13 or maybe even like iPhone 13 or higher, a lot of times you can't tell the difference between that and a DSLR, especially when you're looking at it on a phone or something like that. Caleb Beecham in Hull Force One out there has a really good option. It's not really affordable though. These rooftop cameras that are made for police vehicles. Brandon Kopic's got one. Caleb's got one. This is awesome because it's got like night vision. You can rotate it from within the car. He's got a little joystick. He can like move the camera around. And it's got a windshield wiper on it. So if it's raining, you can wipe off the camera. So that's like the perfect solution for a storm chaser. But it is expensive, right? Yeah, we currently have no tornado warnings. We've got one severe thunderstorm warning. Scary Larry, thank you for the very kind words. Yeah, those cameras are thousands of dollars. Yeah. Yeah, we'll check on the snow real quick. Once again, so we have the ability to look at the radar like this with the color precipitation typing, but it's a lot easier to show the intensity of the snow bands just by looking at regular reflectivity. So the green here is snow in all these instances, but you can see that we've got heavier snow setting up south of Chicago. Let's animate this. And it looks like, yeah, it looks like this heavier snow band is moving in the direction of Chicago. So Chicago, get ready. If it hasn't snowed heavily for you yet, it's about to. Grand Rapids, same thing for you guys. More heavy snows on the way for Lansing, Detroit, Davenport. You guys have gotten hours of snow left. I don't know what the latest reports are out of Davenport, but there's probably a significant amount of snow out there too. Let me open up another radar here. I need Yaldar. I mean, hey, huge shout out to Billy Haley for the very generous $100 super chat. Just to say, in the club, we all y'all squad. I love it. Thank you, man. Hey, in the club, we all y'all squad. Yeah, 100%. What am I doing right now? Oh yeah, project files. Where are they at? Projects. Examples, warnings. Oops. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, Andy has his eyes on a storm near a state line again. It's hooking quite decently. It's got a good procedure of RFD and hook formation on the latest cycle. Brandon and Corey are both on that storm. We do not have a feed from Brandon right now, but I'm monitoring, and as soon as we get that, I'll put him back in.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Riley. Give me just a moment here. I'm trying my best to get myself a nice winter map here. What the heck? Aha. Here we go. Here's Yaldar. Okay, so this is a better option, I think, for viewing the snow and also all of the snow reports that are coming in. So, yeah, I'm sorry I didn't have this up sooner. I forgot that I made this last time. But let's go look at the severe weather real quick. Let's go check in on the storm that Andy's talking about. Because, by the way, it might feel like we're wrapping up, there's not much to talk about down here, but we're just in a small break period. Okay, things are going to ramp up significantly here soon, and this is probably the first step of that. We've got a decent storm over here, just to the east of the state line between Mississippi and Alabama, near Chatham, Milry, Eret, and it does have a decent amount of rotation on there. No warning yet, but watch out in Coffeyville. We could have a tornado warning soon. Additionally, I was noticing a decent amount of rotation over here with the storm north and west of Columbia. This is tightening up a little bit as well as it comes up towards Basefield. Yeah. And then look at that. The storm just passed there near Collins. Bassfield. South of Collins is also showing decent amounts of rotation. So we might see 3 new tornado warnings coming out here soon. Sorry for the mispronunciation. I think I need me I think it's about time for me to get up to get something to drink. All right, yeah. So before the tornado warnings start pouring in, I'm going to do that. So give me just a moment. I will be right back. All right. Oh, they do. Everybody that you see on your stream, on your feed there, all 3 of those storm chasers are using Starlink. They're using a lot of other things as well, but Starlink is a big part of it. Any professional chaser setup, I believe, in this day and age. But just Starlink by itself is not even close to it enough. You have Starlink, AT&T, Verizon, and like whatever else is available. And then you still lose service. All right, let's go check in on our storm that we're watching here. Ooh. So this is this is looking pretty intense. Still no warning. Definitely a strong mesocyclone. Some people are saying that there's debris. I'm not convinced that this is debris. This is likely. Here's a learning moment if you're trying to figure out how to read radar. This right here is where the storm is sucking in the air, right? That this is the inflow notch, essentially. So anytime that you flip over to the correlation coefficient and you see a drop in the correlation coefficient that coincides with that clear spot, what you're seeing is clear air. The correlation coefficient doesn't only see debris. It sees anything that's different than the stuff around it. And clear air with nothing in it is different than rain and hail and all the stuff that's around it. So, yeah. I don't think that that's debris. I do think that this is a storm that we should take seriously. It definitely could be a storm that produces debris, or a tornado that causes a debris signature at some point. We just got ourselves a new severe thunderstorm watch, or warning, sorry. And it's for that storm. Look at that. So, let's see here. Tornado is possible. So this does have a tornado possible tag. 60 mile per hour winds, small hail. Yeah, that's the main thing. So get ready for a severe thunderstorm in Barlow, Ellisville, Bigby, and Tatlersville, Alabama. Tornado is possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And here comes a tornado warning. This one's going to be in Mississippi. So let's fly over here to it. This does include the town of Bassfield. The rotation is there. And the rotation is there. It's quite broad. But there is a rotating storm about to come through the town of Bassfield right now. So please take shelter. Some places in the path here include the Smith County Airport and the Robertson Park. This also includes the towns of Seminary, Collins, and Taylorsville. This is the rotation right here. Coming right into Bassfield. I don't see any indications of there being an active tornado right now, but as we all know that can change quickly, so we want to take this seriously and get into our safe spots. Yeah, Bassfield got hit by a big tornado in 2020. A huge tornado. This isn't that, but it is something that we should take shelter for certain. A huge shout out to Chad Hudson. Thanks for the support, man. Yeah, So if you guys saw the new special weather statement alert, they will issue special weather statements for funnel clouds even. And all those that are coming through with the funnel cloud tag are south of here. They're down there in more southern Louisiana and Mississippi, and they will become our next supercells that we are tracking, more than likely. Just got a severe thunderstorm warning for Jasper, Jones, and Clark counties in Mississippi. This is a big one. 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This is going to go on for the next 1 hour and 4 minutes. Clark, Wayne, Jasper, and Jones counties, get ready. 60 mile per hour winds are coming in. This looks like a pretty nasty storm. It's going to be going into Stonewall, Quitman, Heidelberg. Oh, goodness. The velocity has picked up a little bit here on our storm coming into Bassfield. Little bit of an uptick there. So hopefully everybody in Ebenezer all the way up to Cantwell Mill is in their safe spot. This is something that could very quickly turn into a tornado. No indication that it is currently, but we have radar indicated rotation, and we know that we've seen a tornado form today in this general vicinity. So we know it can happen. We know that this is the kind of environment that would support that. So if you're in Bassfield, Cantwell Mill, all the way up to Seminary, once again, you're under a tornado warning. Please take shelter. This could be a pretty dangerous one. You can see that the chaser cameras are getting darker. The sun is setting. The low-level jet is increasing. It could be tornado time here. Matthew Hopkin, thank you for the incredibly generous super chat. Says, keep up the great work. I love what you do for our community and others. Matthew, I appreciate the kindness. You didn't have to do that, but of course you are extremely appreciated. Anxiously awaiting the next velocity scan here. Yeah, my goodness, y'all. That is coming together. It's still pretty broad, but definitely way more impressive than when we first looked at it. We've got no cameras near this. The closest one would be the Mississippi Department of Transportation Cam 345 up there in Collins. And then also MDOT 725. But both of those, if they're pointing towards the ground, they're not going to help us much. If you're just now tuning in, we are anxiously awaiting the next couple of radar scans here as the storm is going right over Bassfield, Mississippi. It's trying to produce a tornado. I don't know if it's been successful yet, but it's definitely trying as it approaches Cantwell Mill and Seminary. We've got a tornado warning for Jefferson, Davis, Covington, and Smith and Jones counties, and we're encouraging everyone to get to shelter. Yeah, we could definitely be witnessing tornado genesis here right near the town of Bassfield. Once again, we've got no cameras near this, so we're strictly flying by sight on radar here. Waiting for the next scan to come in. Each scan looks more and more concerning. We've got a large mesocyclone, a big rotating part of the storm here. Look at all this air coming into the storm, and you can see right next to that we've got air moving in the opposite direction. We've got counterclockwise rotation. Very classic sign here, right over the town of Bassfield.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We just got a new tornado warning. We'll fly over to that one. And this is for our other storm that we've been watching. This is the one near Milry. All right, so, whoa. Holy smokes. Okay, yeah, this one's, I guess our low-level jet is kicking in. Jeez. So yeah, this one's imminently about to produce a tornado here. If we're in Bigby, Keanton, or Frankville, we've got to get to shelter fast. Look at this big donut hole, big bounded weak echo region. We've got ourselves a classic supercell thunderstorm about to produce potentially a big tornado here. I am very concerned about the storm near Millry coming up towards Frankville, Silver Cross, Tatlersville. This is the real deal. I think a lot of our storm chasers are near this one, but I don't think they're quite caught up with it yet. Yeah, so if we've got anybody watching in Clark, Washington, or Choctaw counties in Alabama, you're in a pretty dangerous situation. This is about to drop a big tornado, I think. So we've got two really concerning looking storms here. We're going to go back and forth between them. Let's go back to the Bassfield storm. Rotation over here still looks concerning. We might have a tornado trying to come together here as it comes up towards Cantwell Mill. Take shelter in Covington, Smith, and Jones counties. And then, of course, we are continuing to be concerned about the developing monster mesocyclone here south and east of Millry, south and west of Bigby. This is going up towards Frankville. Some places in the path here include the Richmond Pearson Hobson Technical College, the Andrew Jackson Memorial Park, and the Grove Hill Municipal Park. Obviously, also Coffeyville is included in this. Neither of these have debris signatures, but they are probably the most impressive looking storms that we've had all day, which is concerning because we have seen tornadoes today. So if these radar signatures are any indication of what they're actually capable of doing on the ground, we might be in trouble here. We've got a big tornadic circulation ongoing right now near Bassfield, Mississippi. And then also the one that we've got on the screen right now coming up towards Coffeyville and Grove Hill. We've got an impressive environment down here that's capable of producing tornadoes with all this Gulf moisture. We've got an unstable and uncapped boundary layer and strong low-level shear that is increasing as the sun sets. Dag Fizz. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Thank you for that, though. Yeah, this thing's got incredible... It's got an incredible look to it on velocity here. About 100 mile per hour winds inbound. This is what that's showing. So like this is a really, really strong storm. And it does look like it's taking advantage of the environment in a way that we've been talking about. But is it translating all the way down to the surface? That we don't know yet. It could happen anytime, though. So that's why we're encouraging everyone in Frankville and Bigby to take shelter. Let's go back to Bassfield. Yeah, this is still a really concerning and impressive area of rotation that's now past Bassfield. It's less of a concern for Bassfield now and more of a concern for Collins, McDonald, Mount Horeb, and Seminary. Take shelter if you're in any of those areas. Man, this thing is just rotating like a top here. You can see. You could. It would be surprising to me if this is not producing a tornado. It's in a pretty rural area, and it's also in a pretty wooded area. So if it is on the ground, we should see debris signature. Definitely a crazy looking mesocyclone out there, though. That's for sure. Chasers, Jordan Hall, Corey, and Brandon are all on its tail, but they're a little bit behind. I'll tell you one thing, if this storm right here going towards Frankville doesn't put down a tornado, it's a pretty good sign for the rest of the night. As this storm is taking advantage of the environment in probably the most efficient way. And if that is not enough, then it's hard for me to believe that, any future storm would be able to do much more. So I'm just trying to be optimistic. I'm trying to be hopeful here, but man, this looks like it's about to put a big one down. So hopefully everybody's getting into their safe spots in Clark, Washington, and Choctaw counties in Alabama. We're behind on Brandon's feed. Okay, yeah, somebody reload Brandon's feed or pull it down and then push it back in or something. I don't know. Just in case. Looks like a tiny hurricane eye. It does. Yeah, what we're looking at here, y'all, for those of you who are maybe new to radar watching, like this is a textbook velocity scan of a tornado producing storm. Okay, like it doesn't get much more obvious than this. However, we're not seeing any solid evidence that the mesocyclone is translating all the way to the ground. So we're just watching and waiting to see if we can see any debris or hear any reports. I'm actually quite surprised that we're not seeing a debris signature. Like this is every other thing about this is screaming, a tornado. Let's go check back in on the Bassfield storm. By the way, it's past Bassfield now. The rotation is now moving towards Seminary, Mississippi. And it still looks impressive. The reflectivity is less impressive now. However, the velocity, like the rotating part of the storm, is still there. When we need you to be in your safe spot in Mount Horeb, Seminary, and Oak Bowery. Yeah, this storm over here is still strengthening. So I don't know what the cap is on it, but like we're going to keep watching it. This thing, I mean, this thing is rotating. I don't know how else to put it. Like this thing is rotating. It's capable of dropping a huge tornado. Thankfully, at this moment, I'm not sure that it is. But man, if it continues to strengthen and mature as it comes up towards Tadlersville and Chilton, we could have a problem here. Now, the circulation just went through Frankville, so I'm interested. I know we've got some people in the chat that are from Frankville. I'm interested, like, what's the report from there? What's going on in Frankville right now? Do you guys, hopefully you're not out looking, but like if after you come out of your safe spot in about 5 to 10 minutes, let us know what happened. Seminary, Mount Horeb, Willowtown, Oak Bowery, Bethel, Mississippi. Hope all you guys are in your safe spots. As this storm still looks really concerning too. It doesn't. So like we have really strong rotation here. We've got a strong signal for a mesocyclone, but you notice how like this is a square almost, and it's right up against another square. That presentation a lot of times is, associated with large mesocyclones, but not necessarily tight enough areas of rotation to produce tornadoes. So that's a good sign, but it doesn't mean that that a tornado couldn't be happening here. It very well could. So that's why we want to take shelter anyways. Two tornado warnings right now, both of them right on the verge of producing potentially strong tornadoes. Neither of them are successfully doing so far. Not sure how long that'll last. Yeah, we've got a tornado warned storm moving towards Thomasville and Grove Hill in Clark County. Yeah, I'm just I'm looking through some updates here. Just waiting to see if there's any chaser that's submitted a report or has a visual on this yet. Not yet. Another thing to look at on this storm is the correlation coefficient. Some people are, I see in chat, some people are confusing this as well with maybe some debris. I think what we're likely seeing here is hail. If we've got anybody watching it in how do you say this? Is it Coffeyville, Tatlersville, in that area along Highway 69? Confirm for us that's hail. I'm pretty sure we're dealing with a pretty significant hailstorm. Or it's just, some sort of maybe it's some sort of problem with the radar data, but that's not debris. Now, this, on the other hand, is something that we should pay a little bit more attention to. That could be. So we're in a weird spot here where the radar presentation is a little bit unorthodox, and we're getting a lot of interference. So we need to not pay too close attention to it, but also just know that, like in Tatlersville, if you're not in your safe spot right now, that is a terrible mistake. Because this could be producing a tornado right now. There's a chance that what we're looking at right here is debris being lofted up by a tornado. We don't know for sure if that's happening, but it very well could be, and it could be coming into the Tatlersville area now. Take shelter in Tatlersville, take shelter in Clarksville, and Chilton, Alabama. Coming back over to our storm over here in Covington, Jones, and Smith counties in Mississippi. A huge mesocyclone. Once again, these things are massive rotating monsters. So it's a good thing that so far we haven't had any indication that they've dropped a tornado. But I'm really concerned about what if they do, because these are going to be big tornadoes. The rotation's going over Gansey and Seminary right now. It's moving up towards Oak, Bowery, Bethel, Pleasant Ridge. Y'all get ready. This is a really concerning look here. Oh, yeah. So once again, we're in a tough spot. Something's going on over here, though, near Tatlersville. So we need to be paying really close attention to this, and hopefully everybody in Tatlersville is in their safe spot, and then everybody in Centerpoint, McEntry, Clarksville, and Chilton. Hopefully you guys are as well, because this might be the real deal here. And I'm just getting word from Andy that he believes that this is a tornado debris signature. So our suspicions are confirmed now from meteorologist Andy Hill that we likely have a tornado on the ground here, and this is going through Tatlersville right now. So hopefully everybody in Tatlersville got the message. This is obviously a very small town, but we also need to be relaying this downstream. Centerpoint, Clarksville, and Chilton. Get to shelter. No update on the warning yet from the National Weather Service, but we should see soon that they've upgraded this to a confirmed tornado warning. And I think that actually just came through. Yep, PDS tornado warning. All right, so the National Weather Service has issued a PDS tornado warning. This is a particularly dangerous situation, just to get everybody's attention here. We're going to sound the alarm as we have a large damaging tornado on the ground right now. This is going through Tatlersville at the moment. Let me show you this graphic here. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now. A damaging tornado, golf ball size hail possible. This is entering the Thomasville and Fulton, Alabama area. Large damaging tornado on the ground currently. Producing significant damage as it crosses Highway 69 near Tatlersville. Let me zoom in on Tatlersville here. So the tornado, likely a large one, is crossing the road now, Highway 69. And it's near the Union Grove Baptist Church. Up next, it's going to go up towards Wynn Road and go towards the Great Ebenezer Church. Okay, not a lot of stuff in between the Great Ebenezer Church and the Mitchell's Reserve, which is where the tornado is right now. So hopefully the thing dissipates before it goes any farther. However, if it doesn't, if it continues on its current trajectory towards Fulton and Thomasville, it's going to come up towards places like St. Luke's Church, Smith's Cemetery. If you guys know where the, what is that, Silitpa Creek is, if you know where that is, it's going to kind of parallel that tributary all the way up to Good Hope Church. And then the towns of Thomasville, Fulton, and Springville are in the path. So yeah, please take shelter. The debris signature keeps getting bigger. One of the things that we look at here is the correlation coefficient. And for those of you who don't understand what we're looking at right now, essentially the big blue blob right here, because it lines up so perfectly with our velocity couplet and our, the base of the storm on reflectivity, we can safely assume that this is debris in the air. We call it a tornado debris signature. The correlation coefficient product looks at the sky and it says, okay, what size is everything up here? Okay, all these raindrops are pretty much the same size, so we're going to paint those orange and red. But what do we have over here? We have some shingles, we have some tree branches, some leaves. This is different. This is a different size, and it doesn't correlate with the other things that are in the sky. So we're going to drop the correlation coefficient, and our radar program paints that blue on our end, and so we can see where that's happening. So there's something in the air here that shouldn't be there. It was likely picked up from Tatlersville, and it was picked up by obviously a tornado. So this is going to continue to move up towards places like McKintrey, Chilton, Clarksville, and Springfield, Alabama. Please be in your safe spots. If you haven't gotten there already, you got to get there fast. You want to get into the most interior room of your home or whatever building you're in. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And shelter until the warning's over. The PDS tornado warning is going to last for 24 minutes. It could last much longer than that, for all we know. This could be a long tracker, as it is pretty much all by itself. So yeah, get ready in Thomasville. This one's coming for you too. PDS tornado warning. A damaging tornado is on the ground. I do want to go check out our other storm in Mississippi because it was looking really concerning as well, and it still is. We still have a large rotating storm here near Willowtown and Oak Bowery, moving up towards Pleasant Ridge in Mississippi. Tornado warning for the next 20 minutes. Take shelter if you haven't already. A large, potentially violent tornado is currently doing significant damage near the town of Center Point in Alabama, and man, the debris signature just keeps looking worse and worse. Yeah, the sun's going down. This is an incredibly dangerous situation. This is a very deep correlation coefficient drop, meaning that we've likely got lots of debris in the air, and it's also likely getting lofted very high into the sky, likely tens of thousands of feet, which only happens with strong tornadoes. This is likely an EF2, EF3, or greater tornado currently happening between Tatlersville and Center Point. Waiting on the next scan to come through, but I still believe the approximate location of the tornado right now is going to be past Highway 84, near Highway 21, near McKintry. It's going to probably cross the road near Highway 154 between McKintry and Chilton here within the next 5 minutes. Brandon Kopic, I believe, is getting pretty close. It says he's in the town of Leroy, Alabama. I don't know where that is. Yeah, so if he's in Leroy, he's actually pretty close. That puts him about right here. Once again, another little community here that's not listed on the map that the tornado is going to come really close to is called Zimco. Just in case that rings a bell for anybody. And then very soon, this is going to get close to McKintry, the Bell Brewer Cemetery, Oak Grove Cemetery. This is a pretty rural area, but we're about to get into some more stuff, I guess, the closer this gets to Highway 184 here. But yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a large, dangerous tornado on the ground right now producing damage. This is a radar-confirmed tornado. Clark County, Alabama's under a PDS tornado warning. We also have a radar-indicated tornado warning for Covington and Jones counties in Mississippi. This one looks very concerning as well. There's not the same indication that this one's making contact with the ground like there was, or like there is with the other one. So that's why we don't have that elevated warning status. But I would be just as, fast, I guess, about getting to shelter if I was in Big Creek or Pleasant Ridge, Mississippi. We will almost certainly see an expansion of this warning soon. And I would be surprised if it didn't include Laurel, Mississippi. By the way, HazCam's number 10. HazCam's number 10 is right in the path of that one. So we should keep an eye on it. It's dark, so it's probably going to be hard to see anything, but something to keep an eye on. Also, there is one traffic camera in the town of Laurel as well. Oh, here we go. That's actually a decent view. This is a live look at the tornado warned storm near Seminary coming up towards Laurel, Mississippi. You can see the lightning in the distance there. So this is going to come up, right towards Laurel. You guys should start getting ready. I don't see this weakening before it gets there. I also don't see it rapidly intensifying. So, I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just saying be prepared for anything here as the storm comes up towards you. Let's go back to our PDS tornado warning. Velocity on that last scan looks a little bit less concerning. So hopefully this thing's not going to stay together much longer. Also, the most recent correlation coefficient scans are a little bit less concerning as well. It looks like our debris is now mostly elevated. So it's decoupled from the rotation, meaning that the tornado likely picked up a lot of debris back here near Tatlersville. And now some of that debris is still in the air. It's still in the sky. But we are going to assume that a new tornado is already forming right now and it's back on the ground because we don't want to be too relaxed, right? This could happen very quickly. So everybody between McIntyre, Chilton, and Thomasville needs to remain in their safe spots, as this is likely going to cycle and produce another tornado. Even if that's not happening right now, it will at some point. Yeah, Brandon's getting closer. Brandon's saying he's about 9 minutes from being within intercepting distance, I guess, of that tornado. I want to take you guys back to the Laurel, Mississippi camera, though, because this is amazing. Really good view of the supercell coming in here. What we're looking at here is a live view of a tornado warned storm that's going through Bethel, Mississippi right now, and it's coming towards Laurel. This is just a tower camera looking west out of Laurel, Mississippi. So it looks like the tornado debris signature from our PDS tornado warning just moments ago at the height of the intensity of that tornado, it looks like it was lofting debris about 15,000 feet into the air. So that is, that's what we would expect from a pretty strong tornado. So thankfully, I think most of that debris, from what I can tell anyways, is going to be from
a new tornado
trees.
Warning has been issued.
It's a very rural area there. So hopefully that's the case. We'll obviously keep you updated on any new developments that come out here. We just got a new tornado warning. They extended our tornado warning. It now includes Laurel. So Laurel, Mississippi, you guys are under a tornado warning. This also includes Heidelberg, and it includes Soso, Spring Hill. So take shelter if you haven't already. It's time to get there now. We've got a nasty storm coming in, and we've got a live view of it here. So we currently have 2 tornadoes, or 2 storms that are capable of producing tornadoes right now. One of them just produced a large one over there in Clark County, Alabama. It has since become less impressive on radar, but we're still concerned about it. We're still in our safe spots in Thomasville, but we're hoping that kind of lets up. Now the focus is kind of shifting over here to this Mississippi storm as it's looking more and more interesting, I guess, as it approaches Laurel. So yeah, I'm going to go back to the 3 view so we can see the chasers as well, as Brandon is getting awfully close to the PDS tornado warning over there in Alabama. What are you guys talking about? I think what we're dealing with here is an SLC. We're seeing a scary looking cloud. I think I see what you guys are talking about, but I don't think that's yeah, I think that's an SLC. It's not to diminish the the seriousness of the situation, though. There very well could be a tornado coming into the Laurel, Mississippi area, and we want everybody to take that seriously and take shelter. I just don't think we can see it through this right now. But man, what an incredible view! The has cams, like all these tower cams, have been super valuable today with helping us understand what's happening with these storms. We got ourselves a new severe thunderstorm warning for Choctaw, Alabama. Let's go check back in on our PDS tornado warning, which is going to continue for the next 5 minutes. I don't think that they will keep the PDS tag on this. I think that the Thomasville, you're going to remain under a tornado warning, but let's not assume anything and let's stay in our safe spots. Okay, that's the main message that I need to get across here. Is this thing not too long ago was ripping up debris, throwing it 15, maybe 20,000 feet into the air. In fact, some of the debris is still in the air. It could be raining debris near Thomasville here soon. So this thing produced a big tornado, and it could do it again with very little warning, okay? Unless you go ahead and heed the warning that you have here. So stay in your safe spots. I'll tell you when it's time to come out. This warning is going to either be allowed to expire or continued as a regular tornado warning here within the next 5 minutes. We're hearing reports that we've got lots of trees and power lines down blocking the road around our Alabama storm. So pretty much what we would expect. Latest scan coming in from the Laurel, Mississippi storm. I mean, it looks concerning. I mean, this one has continuously looked concerning. It looks no less concerning now than it did when it was back there near Bassfield. So, yeah, this is crossing Highway 29 near Calhoun in service right now. It's, as far as we know, it's not producing a tornado currently, but it could between Spring Hill and Shady Grove. So we need everybody to get in their safe spots, especially farther downstream.
Has been issued.
Okay, yeah, so we've got a confirmed tornado warning now for Thomasville. So they did downgrade. They took the they took the PDS tag off, but we still got a confirmed tornado warning. So we're continuing to assume, just like I said, that the tornado is down, and we're staying in our safe spots for the next 32 minutes in Thomasville. Choctaw Corner, Rural, Springfield, all you guys, remain in your safe spots. It's not over yet. We also just got a new tornado warning that goes plumb out to Shibuda. That's it's going to take a while for the storm to get over there, but yeah, Shibuda, Marthersville, take shelter now, as this is for the storm that's coming through Laurel right now. Hopefully everybody in the town of Laurel, especially on the northern side, is sheltered. All right, let's go back to the tower cam here. Because if this thing is producing a tornado, it would be coming into view now. This is going to go right to the west of Laurel. So we're going to watch this very closely, as the wall cloud or the rotating part of the storm should be illuminated by lightning here soon, if it hasn't already. Yeah, I think I just saw it. Whoa. So once again, this is a live camera from Laurel looking to the west. Laurel, Mississippi, as a really tornadic supercell is going by. We just, it's not making contact with the ground as far as we know. That's what we're trying to figure out. But man, if I'm in Shady Grove, man, I'm getting to shelter very fast, because this thing could put down a big tornado, just like the other one in Alabama. This one has that same capability of producing a large, damaging tornado. Yeah, Shady Grove, Rush Dairy Drive, Hoy, Irata. All these places are in the path. I haven't seen anything definitive. But there's something going on in there that you can tell from radar alone, and you can see the general shape of the mesocyclone here from even the limited view that we have. But yeah, I would definitely be in my safe spot in Shady Grove. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning, a large one, that also includes Laurel. So that we've got this big line of storms now that's getting ready to come through Hattiesburg, Laurel. Quitman, 60-mile-per-hour winds is going to be expected over the next hour for that. So yeah, this is coming together quite concerningly, I should say. just to the north and west of Laurel. This is the most impressive the storm has looked today. I would be surprised if it didn't put down a tornado at some point. As it goes up towards Sandersville, Heidelberg, all you guys need to be in your safe spots. Yeah, the storm's moving fast. This is not sped up. This is real time. Brandon's still on the tail of our storm that is going on in Clark County, Alabama, which, by the way, the PDS tornado warning is no longer in effect, but we do have a confirmed tornado warning for Thomasville, and that's where Brandon is right now. So Brandon Kopic is in Thomasville, and I don't think he's going to see anything because the tornado has lifted, but it's capable of dropping again very soon. That's why he's there. If he sees any damage, if he sees any power flashes, we'll be able to see that here. So stay in your safe spots in Thomasville. Oh my gosh. This radar presentation is nuts with the storm that's going by Laurel right now. There might be a big nasty tornado trying to come out of the storm here, if it's not already. Laced, thank you. All right, we got an update from the Storm Prediction Center. Oops. Strong tornado potential is expanding east. This includes Montgomery. Tonight we'll be talking about Montgomery, Greenville, Troy. This goes from Hattiesburg all the way to Montgomery. The SPC is highlighting an area where there's going to be a strong tornado potential. So this is going to be a long night in Waynesboro, Grove Hill, Camden, Selma, and all these places. We got a new tornado warning. What in the world's this? Okay. All right, so this is a separate storm. We've got a increased area of rotation noted right here to the west of Leesman, near the Lisman Junior High School, near Chiral, Pushmataha, Yantley, and this is now prompting a tornado warning for Marengo and Choctaw counties in Alabama. Please take shelter now. That looks like a pretty nasty area of rotation there. So now we've got Marengo and Choctaw counties in Alabama under a tornado warning. Confirmed tornado warning continues for Clark County, Alabama. And then obviously we've got our tornado warning that's continuing for Jones, Wayne, Jasper, and Clark counties in Mississippi, which out of all of these continues to be the most concerning looking one, in my opinion, on radar. What are we looking at here? Okay, yeah. Yeah, so it's getting farther away from our camera in Laurel, but you can still see the structure of the storm quite clearly. All right, I don't know what's going on Brandon's stream, but he's coming up on something. This is over here near Thomasville, Alabama. This is where a tornado warning continues for Clark's or Thomasville. Actually, no, there is no tornado warning now for Thomasville. So the storm that Brandon's on is no longer tornado warned. By the way, our storm that's coming up into Heidelberg is likely dropping some pretty big hail. We've got an upgrade to the warning here that indicates maybe golf ball size hail or larger coming into Sandersville and Heidelberg, along with the potential tornado threat. We've got confirmed tornado damage reports coming in southeast of Coffeyville, Alabama, with trees and power lines down across Highway 69. And yeah, that Laurel camera has provided some really interesting looking screen grabs. Look at this. Somebody got this. Just honestly, one of the best views of a deep south February supercell at night you'll ever get. Like, this is a perfectly placed camera for this, but we're seeing a lot of scary looking clouds. Not to diminish the severity of the storm, this is definitely a big deal, but there's no funnel cloud or tornado visible in this image. If there was, I would let you know. But man, I think, yeah, that's the base of the storm now. That's what we're seeing. So this camera might be looking to the northwest. Gah. Insane view. Once again, this is the tornado warned storm that's going up towards Sanderville right now. If there is a tornado, it's in there somewhere. We likely won't see it, but somebody's zooming in on something. Some places that need to be in their safe spots as this approaches them include Sandersville, Bonner, Haney, Markwald, Heidelberg, all the way over towards Goodwater. These are all in Mississippi, Wayne, Jones, Clark, and Jasper counties. Yeah, this is a mothership. Big supercell. It's what it looks like, with limited visibility here. Yeah, lots of reports coming in now of down trees and power lines near Coffeyville, Alabama, from our PDS warning that we had earlier. Velocity on this storm continues to be impressive, and is definitely still supportive of the idea that there could be a tornado here. We also have a big donut hole. We've seen this today in storms that have produced tornadoes and haven't. So it's one of those things where we just got to play it safe in Sandersville and get to shelter Bonner, Hanny, Markwald, even if we don't have the tornado debris signature, even if we don't have the PDS tornado warning, whatever else it is. Just know that this is the kind of storm that could produce a big tornado at any time. My goodness. Some of these velocity signatures, it's just kind of mind-blowing that these aren't producing tornadoes. Like they are, but some of them just aren't. That makes sense. Yeah, this is not abnormal for there to be tornadoes down here in February. It's like not as common, obviously, as in March and April, which is why, I had planned on not streaming this month and just working on the graphics and overlays. And that's why there's a chaser convention this week. But of course, we are going to have a sequence of severe weather outbreaks right here in the middle of February, which is less weird than if it were to happen in June, for example. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there was a big tornado outbreak. What was it, Super Tuesday of 2008 in February? So not something that is uncommon. Let's check in on our tornado warning for Choctaw County, Alabama. Hard to see on radar, but still enough rotation to motivate you to get to shelter in Hallsville, Chapel Hill, Indian Springs, Alabama. That's Marengo and Choctaw counties in Alabama. We also have that warning continuing for Heidelberg. And that's pretty much what we've got here. Still just fascinated by the view that we have from our Hascam here. Yeah, the tower cameras have been the MVPs today, that's for sure. Yeah, lots of scary looking clouds. We've been streaming now for about 5 hours. It's currently 8:02 local time here. It's 7:02 Central. February 12th, 2025. The tornado threat will carry for at least the significant tornado threat will carry at least through the next 2 or 3 hours. The tornado threat, it will go on even longer beyond that. So we're going to stay here with you for the next little bit. So stay tuned. And if you know anybody out here in the enhanced risk area, let them know what we're doing. We're going to be here all night doing exactly this. Storm chasers are probably going to keep driving east. Storms are still on their way to Montgomery. Haven't quite made it there yet. Hey, Penny Bast, thank you for the super chat. Lots of suspicious looking clouds on the Hazcam. Oh, by the way, we've got an updated SPC outlook now. They did maintain the enhanced risk. But I think it actually goes a little bit farther east. No, it doesn't. But they've shaved off the back half of it a little bit. So yeah, we still got an enhanced risk for pretty much all of southern and south central Alabama. SLCs, yeah, those are scary looking clouds. Yeah, we're gonna have an incredible lightning show on the Laurel County camera for the for the next several hours as the line of storms is now about to go through town. That's what we're looking at now, by the way, and on the Laurel camera, it's the rotating storm that's moving up towards Shibuda is no longer visible from that camera. So we're pointing back towards the larger linear feature. Yeah, the 10% hatched is still maintained as well. So we've got a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes that'll carry us through the night. Hello, Lemine. Is the severe weather outbreak going to be worse on Saturday? That's what it looks like right now, yeah. Obviously, it's impossible to know for sure. But this is the day 4 outlook right now. Shreveport to Birmingham. A very rare day 4 enhanced risk. This might end up being a day 1 moderate. And likely will be the biggest severe weather outbreak of the year so far. I will try my best to have a video out about this tomorrow morning. And then I'm just going to spend a bunch of time, fixing up our live stream setup and postponing some of the other upgrades because I'd rather just have a fully working system than anything, you know. Day 430, yeah. It was a day 615. The CSU model is even more bullish. Yeah, I plan on talking about that in tomorrow's video. We got flash flood warnings coming out for northern Alabama. It's probably going to get pretty rough as far as the rain goes tonight in northern Alabama, northwest Georgia, maybe even eastern, southeastern Tennessee. Pleasure, I think so. Yeah, it's been a while since we've had that. That's for sure. Yeah, Saturday is probably going to be a big day. I talked about it earlier. I haven't looked at anything. I haven't looked at any of the models. I haven't looked at, Riley, went over it earlier and says it looks like it's, going to be significant. I plan on digesting all of the models and all that information tomorrow morning before I make the video, and we'll go from there. Any timing on Saturday? No, it's too early for that. It's too early for that. We're not going to we're not going to know about timing until probably the day after tomorrow. Go ahead, Riley.
A new tornado warning
Hey
has been
Ryan,
issued.
Andy wants us to know that the Thomasville storm is most likely wrapping back up here.
All right. Thank you. So we did just get a new tornado warning for Clark County, Mississippi. I want to go over that, and then we'll talk about the other storm. So this is, the rotation's still there. They went ahead and issued a warning for Shibuya, Quitman, and all the way out there towards Matherville. Let's go look at the Thomasville storm, though, as it does look like it's trying to come back together here. You can see the wow, we're on a we're in quite the radar hole. But you can see that we do have some rotation trying to come back up here north of Pine Hill near Yellow Bluff. That storm, by the way, this storm looks like it's the kind of storm that is going to be a problem for quite some time. It's really the only one that has the ability to right now. It'll probably be a little bit before it gets swallowed by the line. But like this could go on up towards Selma and Valley Grande. I hope I'm saying that right. So y'all watch out for this one. It's at least going to be a pretty strong, severe thunderstorm. At the worst, it could be a problem as far as tornadic activity goes. So we're watching the Thomasville storm as it approaches Pine Hill and places like Yellow Bluff. So we might see a new warning for that one here soon. If you're just now tuning in, rotation is increasing on a couple of our storms. One of the storms we've been watching for a while, it continues to show really intense signs of rotation on radar, but for the past hour or two, there's been no indication of it actually making contact with the ground. So that's good news, but it's important in these kinds of situations to not let our guard down. So we're continuing to be concerned about Clark County, Mississippi, as that's where the largest area of rotation is headed to right now, between Quitman and Shibuda. Yeah, this is still live, Heather. We've been live for exactly 5 hours now. Checking back in on the Thomasville storm again. Oh yeah, we can see a little bit better from Birmingham here. Yeah, rotation's coming back quite aggressively here as the storm approaches places like Bethel, Prairie, and Prairie Bluff. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a new tornado warning issued for this soon. Once again, this one has the look to it to where it could potentially be a problem maker for some time. It's going in the general direction of Selma. So y'all watch out. In Bethel, Catherine, Prairie Bluff, Cobb's Quarters, I think you guys are about to be under a tornado warning here soon. So go ahead and get to shelter if you want to have a little bit of extra prep time. Dreamin', thanks for becoming a member. Yeah, I'm actually really surprised we haven't seen a new warning yet for this. How late are you covering the storm system? I mean, we could go. It depends on a lot of different factors, but we're going to be here until we feel like we shouldn't or we don't need to be anymore. How's Brandon doing? As far as I know, he's doing good. Once again, I'll have our line of communication fixed up before the next live stream. We have communications with all these guys. It's just not, it's not finished setup. We thought we had February. Okay. Hey, Logan, thanks. By the way, there is a snowstorm happening as well. just in case anybody forgot about that. It looks like it's wrapping up for the most part in Iowa. But looks like there's lots of 3 to 5 inch snow reports out here in southeast Iowa. 7 inches there in Williamstown. 7.8 inches. Oh man, we got like 7 to 8 inches of snow right around Des Moines here. And then in Chicago right now, I'm seeing lots of 1 to 2 inch snowfall totals. And I would say that we're going to double that over the next hour or so, and then that might be it. Chicago might not be getting as much snow as I guess we were originally thinking. It looks like a lot of the heavier snow totals happened much farther north and west. But Milwaukee, looks like around Milwaukee here, we've got, what is that, a bunch of 3 to 4 inch reports. I think we can also expect to at least add another 2 to 3 inches on top of that. Yet to see any significant freezing rain reports out of Toledo. St. Louis ended up with about 1 inch of snow. And then we've got one tornado report down here. Lakeview subdivision has damage and trees down. A couple of homes in the area received damage. Lots of snow reports, though. Yeah, the highest 3 inches of snow near Oak Brook. Yeah, so we'll check back in on this in a little bit. Trees down along Cold Springs Road. That's near Seminary. Trees down off Cawthorn Road as well. That was likely tornado damage right there. All right, sweet. So that's that. Now let's check in on our tornado warnings here. The one that is coming into the Shibuya area still has a strong rotating mesocyclone, but no indication of ground contact. But we should still stay in our safe spots in Clark County, Mississippi. That's really our only remaining tornado warning as of right now. Our next problem is likely going to be this storm, which still doesn't have a tornado warning. The National Weather Service in Birmingham is one of the best in the country. So like we trust that they know what they're doing, and they're going to issue that warning whenever they feel it's necessary. But if you want to be extra prepared, right? If you want to be a step ahead, it wouldn't hurt to go ahead and get into a safe spot just in case in Catherine, Gastonsburg, Cobb's Quarters. You got nothing to lose, right? So yeah, y'all watch out. Yeah, National Weather Service in Birmingham is awesome. Central Alabama has some of the best meteorologists. You got James Spann, you got that whole weather service, like the best in the business. And, rightfully so, because this is where some of the worst weather happens ever. And oh my goodness, I'm just now seeing this. Michael Bascom with the super generous $500 super chat. Michael, you didn't have to do that. He just says, thanks for keeping people informed. You don't have to tell me thank you. You don't have to do that. But I really, really appreciate it. Everybody here on the team does as well. If it wasn't for people like you, we'd have to be like the TV stations and break for commercial and all that stuff, especially when we're going 12 hours or whatever it is. So thank you so much for the very generous support. Nobody has to do that, but of course, eternally grateful. Everybody say shout out to Mike. And they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Wilcox and Marengo counties in Alabama. It does have a tornado possible tag on it. So there's that. No tornado warning yet on this storm. Still, tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is coming up towards Bethel, Catherine, Gassenburg, Prairie Bluff. Get indoors, away from windows. What software are you using to see all this? This right here is Yaldar, and it's just for me. You wouldn't want it. It's full of bugs, but it does all the things that I need it to do to make this live show happen, and all the buttons work the way specifically I would want them to. I call it Yaldar. And then this is also Yaldar, but it's just a newer version with reports on it. It's all. One day in the future, we might. We'll talk about it soon. I don't want to spoil things too much, but you'll hear me talking more about radars and stuff soon, if that makes sense. If you're just now tuning in, we are doing extensive coverage here on a severe weather outbreak. We've had a couple of tornadoes. One of them, I think, was a significant tornado. In one of them, we watched the full tornado genesis happen live on camera in the Columbia, Mississippi. So we've had a pretty active day here, but there's been some down periods. There's been some lulls. And I think we're experiencing one of those right now, but it's about to pick back up because this storm that we just zoomed into here for Wilcox and Marengo counties in Alabama is starting to rotate more intensely, and we might see a new tornado warning issued for it soon. Storm Chaser Brandon Kopix in the chat. How what? He's storm chasing, but I just got a comment from him that says, Ryan, I haven't heard you on the radio all day. Listen, my radio's broke, okay? It'll be fixed tomorrow. I thought I had February. Almost. I don't know the rest of your name, but James Spann, definitely. How many storm chasers are out there? There's a bunch of storm chasers. We're currently showing 2 of them, Brandon and Corey. But there's more than that out there. Also, we've got storm chaser Caleb Beecham in Hall Force 1 out there in Missouri. I think he's on his way to the Storm Chaser Summit, if I'm not mistaken. When is that, Riley? What day of the week is that?
The Chaser Summit?
Yeah.
So it starts on Thursday, I believe, is when some of the people are getting there. The main parts of it are Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Personally, I know Luke is going to be there Thursday night, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'll be there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It seems like a majority of people are going to be there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. All those plans were made a week ago before there was either going to be a enhanced, moderate, or God forbid, a high risk on Saturday. So it sounds like a lot of people are probably going to dip Saturday just because, I mean, it is the Storm Chaser Summit. Every single person there is a storm chaser or really, really invested in the weather community. So I don't really know what it's going to look like on Saturday. I know Brandon Kopic, he's in chat. He'll be there Friday, but he's going to chase on Saturday. But it still should be pretty fun, even though it's going to get completely messed up on Saturday by this severe weather outbreak.
Yeah, it sounds like fun. I hope that, well, yeah, it looks like there's definitely going to be severe weather, but I hope that I hope that the thing goes well and not everybody ditches it, because that sounds like a really good time. ChaserCon, that's what they should have called it. But yeah, Hall Force 1's going to be there. By the way, I don't know how that works. I don't know if you have to buy tickets or if you have to sign up or whatever, but it's in Kansas City. Half the y'all crew is going to be there if you want to stop by and say hi.
I'm pretty sure ISP Tech and Y'all Force One is actually like the premier sponsor of Chaser Summit. I'm sure Caleb just turned on the camera to either talk about that or something. We'll see.
Okay, yeah, Caleb, go ahead.
Yeah, right. I figured I would just jump in and chime in on this. It is a ticketed event. However, Hall Force 1, if you're in Kansas City and want to come see it, will be on display there outside. So you can come check it out, take pictures with it. So it'll be there all weekend long. Just go on to their website. You can figure out where to be able to come see it.
All right, well, you heard it here first. Caleb and y'all, Hall Force 1 are going to be out there, and you've got an invite to go check it out. Meet and greet. One of these years, I'll go to one of those, and we'll give you guys more of a heads up, and we'll make a big deal out of it. But this one, I'm not going to be able to go to this one. You see, I knew, they told me about it, what, 7 months ago or something, and I just knew that we were going to have to be here for potentially high risk. So, I made sure that I cleared my calendar and got my priorities straight and all that good stuff. We're down to one tornado warning, by the way. Still waiting to see if they're going to upgrade that severe thunderstorm warning in Alabama, the one over there for Marengo County, to a tornado warning. As it still looks like it's trying. So far, they've just got a tornado possible tag on that. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I'm just testing Zoom because the call just froze and unfroze for a second. Are we all good? Are we still working here?
Yep, I've got you. Did the
All right.
stream hiccup at all?
I don't know. I lost the remote connection to the Chaser computer and the Zoom call at the same time. I think stream's good,
Okay.
but I don't know. Something was weird.
Okay. All right. Yeah, just I think we're all good here. I've got no dropped frames. 7,000 kbps. I think we're good. Yeah, 7 months out. We nailed it. Yeah, the storm that went past Laurel is still rotating as it goes past Shibuya. It's in a pretty rural area right now. And then the new storm that's going through Laurel right now is not really rotating as much. It's a strong storm, but it's not warranting a tornado warning just yet. Yeah, okay, the stream's good. The severe thunderstorm warning for Marengo County has been allowed to expire, so we're in a little bit of an extended lull. Hopefully it continues. What? Man on Mars says, Ryan, you should sell y'all tornado towels so we can enthusiastically swing them while watching the live stream. What? What? Is my reaction like that's correct, right? Nobody knows what he's talking about, right? And by the way, somebody did ask about the storm near Laurel. It is rotating a little bit just to the south and east of Laurel. It's not quite enough to warrant a tornado warning yet. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I'm gonna have to completely disagree with you on that because meteorologist Andy Hill said that the storm near Laurel warrants a tornado warning, and Andy Hill knows best. So if
I
you're in the
agree.
area, y'all watch out. Go ahead, take cover.
I completely take it back. I completely take it back. If meteorologist Andy Hill himself says that this warrants a tornado warning, then I've changed my position. I think I'm just desensitized to these things today, man. How many of these have we seen that just hasn't dropped a tornado today? This is a good lesson. All right, we need to not be desensitized and still pay attention to every rotation on a day like today where we have ingredients in place to produce a tornado. So shout out to Andy for the slap in the face. I needed it. Come on, Ryan. This is not quite as robust as what we've seen in other storms, but it is still rotation, and it is still something that we should look at. There is no tornado warning currently, probably for some of the same reasons, that I've been talking about, but there might be one coming soon for Mill Creek, Pleasant Grove, and Whistler. Okay. So yeah, don't freak out. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Our job here is to fill you in on the process of even before tornado warnings issued. Like what are those conversations like? The same thing's happening at the National Weather Service. Somebody's saying, I don't know if that one needs a tornado warning. Somebody else is like, yeah, maybe it probably should. And now that Andy said it, everybody's in agreement, and we're going to see the warning issued here soon. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, one other thing I wanted to mention while we're sort of watching this play out here is one of the interesting things we've seen today is there's a lot of storms that we've been looking at, and we're like, okay, these should totally be tornado warned. These need to be tornado warned, and they haven't gotten tornado warned, and they've gone on to not produce a tornado. I know a lot of times people like to give the NWS a lot of crap and be like, oh my God, they should have warned this, they should have warned that. Today is a really, really good example of how many false negative warnings we could have had and didn't have. So I just want to give the NWS a huge shout out for that. I know Andy was saying the same thing, and it has been really impressive today to see them not warning things that look
A
like they
new
should have got
tornado
a warning, and
warning
then they
has
just
been
don't
issued.
produce tornadoes.
Yep. I agree. I agree 100%. We did just get a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And another new tornado warning. And it's one of them is for our storm that we've been looking at here. This is the one that Andy suggested might need a tornado warning. Obviously, the National Weather Service was watching, and they, they changed their minds as well. So Andy's a trendsetter out here. And, it's not a laughing matter, but still, I think that the timing there is quite interesting. So we need to get serious, and we need to take shelter. If you needed the stimulus, if you needed the National Weather Service to issue a warning for you to take this storm seriously, here you go. Here's your sign. Pleasant Grove, Whistler, West King, Boise, Tokyo, Gretna, and Waynesboro in Mississippi needs to be taking shelter. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, one thing I wanted to mention quick about our southern tornado warning, that is the one that includes the town of Waynesboro. We're right on the line between NWS offices here, so although the couplet isn't actually in the warning, I would expect that Jackson is either not issuing a tornado warning because they're not going to get it out in time, or because, they just don't think it's going to produce a tornado until it's in the polygon. Either way, people who are directly to the west of that polygon, it looks like a little bit of a subdivision there. We need to be in shelter there. Assume you're in a tornado warning. Unfortunately, because we are on the line of a county and the line of an NWS office, warning sirens are not going to be going on directly beneath that couplet and or tornado for at least a couple of minutes until it actually moves into those warning areas. So this is another perfect example of hey, these people aren't getting a warning because there is gaps in the way that the NWS's infrastructure works. The towns of Myrick and Mill Creek are missing out on this tornado warning. If you're in one of those towns, go ahead and take shelter now.
Great stuff. Thank you, Riley. And yeah, it's there now. It's going to cross over into the warning polygon here within the next couple of minutes. Pleasant Grove, Whistler, West King, Waynesboro, you're next in line. Also, the last scan there looks a little bit more robust. There's some interference, some problems with the radar data here, but still, it's certainly indicating a stronger mesocyclone coming together between Myrick, Mill Creek, and Pleasant Grove. Take shelter in Whistler. Beat 4 Elementary School, Bugsby Game, Park Refuge, Eastside Park. All these places are in the path. This one could get strong really fast. So take shelter. Oops. No cameras around this one, unfortunately. There was also another new tornado warning for Butler and Pennington, Alabama. This is for Choctaw and Marengo counties. It's an extension of the warning that's we've been talking about back here towards Chancellor. This now includes Pennington, Alabama. Take shelter now. This is going to go on for the next 48 minutes. Shout out Allison. Red and green towel that says Nader Juice. I'm sure we can do it. Yep. Ryan, will you be covering the flash flooding in California tomorrow? I will try to cover it as much as possible in the video. But as far as a live stream goes, probably not. We're not set up to do that, and I need to take the time to get this stream set up completely up to 100% before Saturday. I think it's going to be a big day. Yeah, this continues to look quite concerning. On radar, we've got a tightening area of rotation now coming over Highway 84 between Pleasant Grove and Whistler in Mississippi. It's on its way to Waynesboro, the greater Waynesboro area. Radar is not very helpful in this instance. But the important thing is that we know there's rotation and where it is, right? How many confirmed tornadoes today? A couple. I don't know the exact number, but certainly a couple. It's going towards a town called Tokyo, I think that's how you say it, near Waynesboro, Whistler, and Boise, laced. What'll Florida look like next week? I don't know. Tune into the video tomorrow. Honestly, y'all, I don't know anything. I won't until tomorrow morning about the extended forecast. I've been very focused on today. I don't like this. My neck of the woods, we've got ourselves a significant flood risk. Weather conditions indicate that significant river flood conditions can be expected. It's been a while since we've had river flooding over here. So this will impact eastern Kentucky. Also, if this continued into, like, this is just the Ohio River basin, I guess. But obviously, we're going to have significant river flooding problems in East Tennessee, maybe even the mountains of North Carolina as well, as a result of all the rain that's coming. I'll show you the pivotal. Yeah, we'll go over it in tomorrow's video. There's a lot that I want to talk about when it comes to the rain, especially over there in California. So I'm going to save that for the video. We've got tornado warnings. And wow. Shika Maru, huge shout out to you. We've had some really generous people tonight. You didn't have to do that. It says, been watching your live streams and vids since early 2023. So far, you have helped me stay calm during a couple severe thunderstorms here in West Virginia last year. Keep up the good work. I hope this helps someone in need, especially with tornado season around the corner. Hey, thank you so much for the support. Seriously, nobody has to do that, but it's very much appreciated. Everybody here on the team appreciates it, and you guys have heard me say this before, but I think it's important I say this whenever somebody does something like that. If it wasn't for people doing that, we wouldn't be able to do what we do here. It is expensive. It costs money, and we have people in my email inbox that would love to give me money. They would love for me to talk about their product and pause every 5 seconds and be like, I really love this. Click the link in the description and you can buy this. Oh, by the way, here's another tornado. Like, we could do it, but thanks to stuff like that, we don't have to do that. You know what I mean? So, super huge shout out to everybody who's been so supportive tonight. This rotation's near the McGill School. So if you're near Waynesboro and you know where McGill School is, or the Beat 4 Elementary School, that's where the largest part of the rotation is right now. And it's coming up right in between those two things. And it'll be near the town of West King soon. Still no indication as to whether or not this is actually producing a tornado. But it's darn near close. Yeah, there's currently 3 tornado warnings. We've got one for Wayne County, Mississippi, another one for Clark County, Mississippi. Choctaw and Marengo County, Alabama are also under tornado warnings. Those are going to last for the next 8 to 14 minutes. Jason Buer, thanks for being a member. And Fire News, thank you for that. It's been an absolute day driving back and forth across Missouri, southwest Iowa, and Omaha. Yeah, I'd say so. It's like the hardest hit area as far as snow goes, especially if you got deep into Iowa. Very fluffy and whiteout type conditions through much of the day, especially when passing other vehicles. Glad it's sleep time. Look at here. He's got the Yalla-meter out there. Love it. Thank you, Brad, for the support and for the report. Lots of truckers watch the channel. I think every video I post, one of the top comments is like, I'm a trucker and this is awesome. And then a lot of the comments to that comment is like, oh, I'm also a trucker and this is awesome. So maybe whenever we do our meet and greet, we should do it at a truck stop. Not a bad idea, huh? All right, so We're going to take a closer look at this, as we might have a tornado debris signature now visible on the latest scan. So we might get this upgraded to a confirmed tornado on the ground here within the next couple of minutes. So this big area of rotation that we've been watching is now showing signs of it actually making contact with the ground now near Whistler. Okay, so this happened, this likely made contact with the ground near the McGill School like we were talking about. And now we have a tornado down right now, moving towards West King and Boyce. So yeah, that's what's happening. What else? Let me see here. Oh yeah, look at that. Big time tornado debris signature here. So here we go. Another large tornado. This one might, this one is probably going to get a confirmed tornado warning here soon. If it continues to look like it's a strong tornado, it might even get another PDS tornado warning as it goes towards Hiwanee, West King, and Matherville. We need everybody to get underground if possible. If that's not possible, then you want to get into the lowest floor of your building that you're in, with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, and cover your head. I'm getting reports that the fire department has eyes on it. It's down at the school. So somebody out there is reporting that this is actually down on the ground near the school right now. We're talking about McGill School and the Beat 4 Elementary School. Next in line here is going to be the little community of West King. All right, they have upgraded this to a PDS tornado warning now. If you don't know what a PDS tornado warning is, it's a particularly dangerous situation. We have reason to believe that there is not just a tornado on the ground, but a large, deadly tornado on the ground capable of doing very significant damage. So we've got a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado 8 miles northwest of Waynesboro, moving east at 50 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. This is a radar confirmed tornado. If you're in the path here, you're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed, and considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely. Complete destruction is possible. Waynesboro is in the path. West King, Boise, Hiwanee, Tokyo, Gretna, the Busby Game Refuge, and Matherville. All of those areas need to be taking shelter now. It is a pretty rural area, and the biggest part of the rotation looks like it might be going north of downtown Waynesboro. We want everybody in Waynesboro to get to shelter, though, just in case. But yeah, there's probably going to be some homes here in the Boyce community, West King, Hiwanee, along Highway 45. So definitely be getting into your safe spots. Run, don't walk. This is the second PDS tornado warning of the day. This one also looks really intense. That's a deep tornado debris signature there. We've got debris being lofted to about 10,000 feet in the air already. A wonderful speed from the National Weather Service there for that upgrade. Wow. I think this is a even more impressive look on radar than the one that we had earlier. Yeah, I'll dive into the mesoscale a little bit here. I don't think there's much in the direct path, but I could be wrong. Let me double check. So this is going between Waynesboro and Shibuda. Right now, the rotation is really close to the Clear Creek Baptist Church. It's going to cross Waynesboro Shibuda Road before getting over there near the New Pilgrim Missionary Church. It'll likely cross the road near Highway Cemetery. If it continues on its current trajectory, it'll go towards places like the Atkinson Cemetery, Pleasant Chaparral Road, Billy Field Cemetery, and then eventually Matherville. Very rural areas out here, but I mean, there's people. There's people out here. Check it out. Here's the part of the road where this will likely cross. I don't know what these are, but these are some sort of industrial thing. We've got small businesses. We've got a couple homes, very scattered, very spread out, but still, that's about the path I would expect the thing's going to take right in there. This is a PDS tornado warning. We've got reports now that it's confirmed to have hit an occupied RV. So fire department's dispatched on trying to help some people who may have gotten hit by this in an RV. Remember, this is important because I'm seeing some trailers, I'm seeing some mobile homes, double wides, and stuff like that in the path here. Very important to not be in a mobile home in a tornado, especially one like this. A PDS tornado warning is not your average tornado. Like, this is likely a big, nasty tornado that will pick up a mobile home or an RV and chew it up, and you don't want to be inside of that whenever that happens. You're honestly better off anywhere else outside of it. Okay. You just want to make sure you can protect yourself from debris. That's the number one thing. A low-lying area. But the best thing to do is to get to a more sturdy shelter. This is the South. Neighbors. If you are in an RV park, a lot of times there's a central concrete building with a bathroom and showers and stuff like that. If you've got something like that, that's better than being in a mobile home. But yeah, and if you're farther downstream here in places like Matherville, Emory, Evansboro, you've got a little bit of time. You got a couple minutes to make those decisions. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully everybody is underground or at least at the lowest floor of a sturdy building in Highway and West King as every frame continues to look more and more impressive. This is still a strong tornado ongoing right now near West King. The tornado is near the New Hope Church. If you know where Clement's Paint and Repair is, you know about where this tornado is. It's about to cross the Chickasaway River on its approach to Highway 45. This is doing significant damage right now. Sorry, just checking on a couple things. Once again, West King is in the path. Also, the Busby Game Refuge. It's getting into more rural areas after it gets past Highway 48, but as it crosses Highway 48, there's quite a few structures that it could impact. So I'm hoping that we've got the word out here as much as possible. It's crossing the Chickasaway River right now. The community of Pleasant Grove Chaparral Road needs to be on the lookout as well and get into your safe spot. There's a here on BJ Henry Road and Sally Gray Road, there's a small community that could be impacted by this tornado. The latest scan on the correlation coefficient looks like it's backed off a little bit. Velocity is still nuts though, so we're assuming that this is still a big, large tornado on the ground heading right towards the Matherville area now. Chickasaway River, is that right? It's spelled like Chickasaway. Okay, I see. Chickasaway. Yeah, my bad. I'm reading it like upside down. So you'll have to bear with me with the pronunciations. Thankfully, both of these big tornadoes that we've had tonight have happened in mostly rural areas. I'm hoping that we've heard about the RV getting hit, and that's really unfortunate. But hopefully, most of what's happening out there is tree damage. Definitely a lot of damage, though. You can see that clearly on the correlation coefficient. It looks like this thing picked up debris up to at least 13 to 15,000 feet. Yeah, this thing is, it wouldn't be surprising to me if this is still producing a tornado, even though we're not seeing that deep correlation coefficient. The velocity is just off the charts. Everybody in this very small town of Matherville needs to be underground or in a sturdy shelter. You got to be running there, not walking if you're just now getting started. It's coming fast. It's a big one. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a PDS tornado warning for Wayne County, Mississippi. The tornado is crossing into the Matherville area now. And it's in a fairly empty area as far as landmarks go. So I've pretty much talked about every church and cemetery that it's going to be near. Let's hope that it dissipates before it gets to Matherville. If it gets to Matherville, it'll enter in near the old school venue. Okay, so Matherville's an incredibly small. I wouldn't even call it a town. It's just like it's a fork in the road where we've got Geneva Presbyterian Church and the old school venue. I'm not sure what that is, but if you know where that is and you live nearby, you're in a very dangerous situation as we've got a huge tornado causing problems moving up into the Matherville area now. If it continues to go in that direction, it might end up making it over there towards the Davis Poultry Farm or the Coit Baptist Church. Stephen, yeah, like whenever I say it, luckily it's in a rural area. I'm not rooting for it, like to hit people that are in rural areas. I'm happy that less people are potentially impacted. It's obviously a bad thing that anybody is being impacted, but we would all agree, I think, that it's better that it's not hitting a large population center. But like I'm doing everything I can here to give you as much information as possible, and I'd be doing the same thing if it was a big city. I'm telling you down to the creeks that it's crossing, where the thing is, and the odds that somebody in Matherville is watching this right now are extremely low. There's like 5 people there, right? But like if there's even one, I want to make sure we're doing everything we can to help that person. Yeah, there's no chasers as far as I know near this one right now. It does look like if it continues past Matherville and goes along the Poplar Springs Road there's a pretty decent amount of people that live along that road. So hopefully we're getting the word out to them. This is a textbook example of a place that almost certainly doesn't have tornado sirens, right? Like, I don't know how you would know that there's a tornado coming out here in a place like Matherville unless you were tuned into James Spann or watching a channel like this or had a NOAA weather radio or something like that. PDS tornado warning is going to continue for 33 minutes. Yeah, Brandon Kopic's headed towards it. There's a couple of chasers that could potentially get there. Bryce Shelton. But yeah, they're still pretty far away. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan. So just an update about chasers we have in. Corey Gherkin is the closest. Jordan Hall is just a little bit further to the north. And then Brandon Kopic is just a little bit further to the north than him.
Okay. So we've got people on the way.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we just got a new confirmed tornado warning here for Choctaw and Clark, Alabama. So this is for our storm that's going through Matherville right now. We've got a confirmed tornado warning now for Needham, Toxie, Gilbertown, Arabat, and Slater. Somebody in chat was asking about Toxie earlier, and so now. Now you are now under that warning in Toxie. So if you know anybody in Toxie, Gilbertown, or Needham, let them know that this is the real deal. This is a confirmed tornado warning, a damaging tornado and $50 size hail's coming in over the next hour. We need everybody to take shelter. Another early heads up, right? If you live out here, you've got a chance to really take advantage of the lead time. Go to a neighbor's house if they have a sturdy building, and you don't. If you're in a mobile home, you've got a little bit of prep time, especially if you're as far back as into Lou and Red Springs and Lusk and Jackson Spur. A little bit more population centers over here in Alabama, unfortunately, as the storm continues to go on. Are you going to be live Saturday? Yep. Yeah, so we're watching our storm chasers as they get closer. Yeah, you can see Jordan and Brandon both are in Toxie. And Corey is as well. You can see lightning is increasing on all three of the cameras. This is going to be an intense storm. Whether there's a tornado that is continuing to be a part of this or not, it's going to be a really intense storm for Gilberttown. $50 size hail, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. But I think down here near Emory, up towards Paragon, that's where we've got to be most concerned about a potential tornado coming through. The velocity is less definitive than it was before. We've got two separate areas, really. I think this is probably the new area that we've got to watch, right here near the Busby Game Refuge area. So definitely keep an eye out, or make sure you're in your safe spot in Emory. We've still got debris visible on correlation coefficient. This looks like fallout from the earlier tornado touchdown, so it's probably raining debris in Matherville up towards Junction City, and then a new tornado is trying to form somewhere in here as it comes over into Alabama. Lightning is definitely picking up. We're hearing reports of lots of trees down in the path behind this storm. It sounds like a few houses have been hit, but no word on damage intensity just yet. Yep, this is cycling to the south. We've got a new area of rotation right here, coming over towards Emory that we've got to be concerned about, okay? PDS tornado warning's got 15 minutes on it, and then we're going to switch over here to the Toxie Gilberttown warning. Those are really the next places that need to be taking shelter: Emory, Paragon, and those areas. How late will you be on here? I mean, we're gonna keep going until we don't have PDS tornado warnings. I reckon the threat's gonna continue until the early morning hours tomorrow. Obviously, I won't be here for the entire thing. We've been streaming for 6 hours, and the height of the tornado risk is gonna last, I think, at least through the next hour. And then after that, we'll make the decision of what to do next. But right now, like we've got one of the more concerning looking storms of the day moving into an area where our storm chasers are. So we're at least going to ride this out. This storm could be a problem over here north and west of Montgomery. This is one that we've been watching for a while. It's not done anything just yet, but man, it's got a lot of energy with it. It's got a lot of potential. Thankfully, so far, nothing's really come out of it, but that is a recipe for disaster if things lined up perfectly on that one. Hyper King 128, thank you so much for that. Yeah, the lightning is increasing there. You can see like Jordan, Brandon, and Corey are pretty much all three just sitting and waiting on this thing to come to them. And you can see very clearly that the flashing is increasing. That's a sign that the storm is continuing to intensify. Chris Hardwick, thank you for the very generous super chat. I'm hoping that this calms down a little bit once it gets into Alabama. It looks like some of the more recent, radar scans are looking a little bit less concerning than what they just were. Let me show you the loop. You know what I'm saying? We've lost some of that rotation, so hopefully it doesn't come back. But if it does, our storm chasers are in perfect position to intercept this storm. I'll tell you what, I gotta go. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. Where's the bot? The bot's broke. Everything is broke, y'all. Everything is broke. And it's because I'm trying to fix it. That always happens. Whenever I try to start fixing stuff, everything breaks. And then we have a tornado outbreak. And then we got to go live with a bunch of broken stuff. Happens every year. I got to go use... I'll be right back. Yeah, I think that we're doing all right. Yeah, even with like half working stuff like this stream has been like we've been able to do what we do. You know what I mean? You guys, if you, some of you probably haven't even noticed that like half the stuff's not working. Some of you have, but like, you know what I'm saying. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a confirmed tornado warning for Choctaw and Clark counties in Alabama. This is no longer a PDS tornado warning, and it no longer looks nearly as impressive as it did. In fact, I'm hesitant to say this, but like I think that it's likely not on the ground. We're going to assume that it is though, and we're going to stay in our safe spots in Gilberttown and Toxie. And guess what? Like Jordan and all of our storm chasers are in Toxie right now, and they're about to let this storm hit them head on. So we're going to see exactly what it's got in there. Okay. Rebecca, thank you. Thank you. It's strange how every county on the 24/7 stream is called Lincoln County. Yeah, you see, that's part that's broke. Check on Selma. Selma's okay. Yeah, the storm that went past Selma is looking kind of concerning over here near Ottawaville. But it's been looking that way for a while and it's not done anything. So I'm hoping that trend continues. It was honestly looking more concerning right over the town of Selma than it does right now. Kristen says, thanks for all you do, Ryan. After moving to Tennessee, the weather frightened me, but watching your show and learning more has really helped. Yep. Anything that you're really afraid of, a lot of times it's probably just because you don't understand it. The more you understand anything, the less likely it is that you're going to be super afraid of it. So the same goes for weather and tornadoes and all that stuff. So I'm glad I can help there. Thank you for all in your team do, Ryan. This is from Sketchy Jeff. I live in Southwest Georgia, barely in the slight risk area. Do I need to pull an all-nighter? No, I don't think so. I never encourage anybody to stay up all night and worry about the weather. Best thing to do is if you do want to be like extra safe, Get yourself a NOAA weather radio and have it wake you up if there's a warning near you. Otherwise, yeah, go to sleep. Sleep's really important. Can we take a look at the severe weather for Saturday? All I can do is show you this. Yeah, NOAA weather radios are loud. They are, I would think of them as smoke detectors, right? But for tornadoes, right? Yeah, everybody's got a smoke detector and a carbon monoxide detector in their house to wake them up at night if something goes wrong. Why not have a tornado one? Huh? That's what a NOAA weather radio is. We've got them on our site. You can get them at Target. You can get them at the dollar store, I think. I don't know. You can get them just about anywhere. Not a lot of people have them, though. But yeah, I will explain more about this tomorrow. First, mostly because I don't know anything about it right now. I've been busy. I haven't had time to really study and like understand the system here. I'm going to spend an entire hour or two tomorrow morning preparing for tomorrow's video, and I'll be able to explain it much better. But and also the data that we're going to have tomorrow morning will be much more clear. So yeah, just wait for tomorrow, and I'll have a much better outlook for you on the severe weather for Saturday. But you'll have a video from me tomorrow morning. You'll have a video from me. What the heck is today? What the heck? You'll have a video from me tomorrow morning. You'll have a video Friday morning. Saturday, no video. We'll just be live all day. So you'll have 2 video updates before the actual storm. By the way, our tornado warning now is radar indicated. We no longer have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Michael, thanks for the 20 gifted. Michael's the same one that did the 500 earlier. Michael, you've been so generous today. Seriously, thank you for all the support. You don't have to do it. Look at these giant. Are these hailstones or are these giant raindrops? Jordan's grabbing the drone out of the air. So this is the onset of the tornado warned storm that's coming into Toxie now, as seen through Brandon Kopic's live stream. Yeah, I think those are just giant raindrops. So yeah, strong storm moving into Toxie. I don't think we've got a tornado here, but we do have. Actually, no, we don't have a tornado warning. All tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. Lord, yeah. Yeah, how'd you guys like that midair drone catch? That's a Jordan Hall y'all special right there. All right, what are the odds? What are the odds that I can fix Y'allbot before we end the stream?
Keyser in Mineral County, West Virginia, also has some roads affected by ice, reported by the local 911 call center. Please exercise caution if you are traveling in these areas.
We're not going to end just yet. There's still a little bit of time left to potentially have some problems. But I think I am going to sneak and try to fix Y'allbot while we wait on the next potential storm. What do you guys think? Open folder. Yeah, but as of right now, there's honestly nothing to talk about. There's no tornado warnings. There's no severe thunderstorm warnings. So I'm going to take a moment here to test something out.
It's 9:35 p.m. ET. The temperature at the weather house is 51 degrees Fahrenheit with a dew point of 49 degrees Fahrenheit. How's the weather in your area? Let us know in the chat.
So the problem is our warnings provider added new warnings. And
multiple new storm reports are coming in this evening.
We're not handling those. So all I've got to do is fix that.
Freezing rain has been reported in
and it's fixed.
Just a few minutes ago, the Department of Highways noted
Boom.
0.1 inches of freezing rain in Mount Storm, while emergency management in Petersburg and a 911
map warnings
reported road icing
warnings.js
with 0.01 inches of freezing rain. Similar conditions.
Where's warnings.js? There it is. Warnings.js.
Hightown, with roads and surfaces.
And I think that's it. I think
meanwhile,
copy and paste the documentation.
0.1 inches of freezing rain, and a train spotter in Franklin, West Virginia, noted 0.05 inches on elevated surfaces. Turning to the snowy regions, in Iowa, North English is experiencing significant snowfall, with 9 inches reported by a train spotter. In Michigan, southeast of Scottville, a total of 4.8 inches of snow has been recorded so far. Please exercise caution if you are traveling in these areas, as conditions may be dangerous. Stay tuned for further updates.
Guys, if I can figure this out before I end the stream, it's going to be awesome. Because then we can send people over there and it'll be working. It'd be great. We added some warning types. Paste the documentation, copy the error. And then let AI do let it work its magic. If you're just now tuning in, we are trying to do some live weather coverage today. I want my AI robot to be able to help, so we've got to fix it, right? That's a big part of it. So that's what we're doing right now.
Just wanted to let you know there are currently 417 active weather watches, warnings, and advisories across the United States. Stay tuned, and I'll keep you updated on all of them in real time.
Add these to our warning priority list, etc. What's your Y'allbot's name? It's Y'allbot. Everybody keeps saying I have to give Y'allbot a name. It is literally Y'allbot. Yeah, I'm doing some software development.
Active wildfires. The bigger icons mean bigger fires. Right now, there are.
Right now, this is kind of what that looks like. This is the priority ranking system for all the warnings. We're just adding new flood warnings to the mix. And hopefully that solves our problem. There are no active tornado warnings at the moment. No, that's why I'm taking a moment to do this.
It's 9:40 p.m. ET. The temperature at the weather house is 51 degrees Fahrenheit with a dew point of 48 degrees Fahrenheit. During a severe thunderstorm
look at that.
warning, remember to stay
Warnings are
inside,
back.
away from windows.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Also, I think we got a new tornado watch maybe. Yeah, for portions of Alabama. We'll talk about that here in a second. Yeah, so we got the warnings back. I think that the new tornado watch just came through as well.
We're getting several new storm reports in just now. In North English, Iowa.
Why is it ranking flash flood warnings so high? What's the difference between the Midland WR120 radio and WR400 on your store? The 120 is, so they do the same thing. The 400 is nicer. There's more options. There's more programmable options. If all you care about is just having a smoke detector for your home, but like for tornadoes, then get the cheaper one. The bigger one has a larger display. It looks nicer. I think it's a little louder, and it has a few more settings. There's a lot of different things that you can tweak with in there. I think for most people it's not necessary. But yeah, the $30 one or whatever, that's that's the one I would go with if you're just looking, because they both do the same thing at their core. You know what I mean? Let me show you that new tornado watch before I finish Y'allbot here. And then once I finish that, I'm going to literally build the executable file, put it on the Y'allbot computer, restart it, and then I'll send you guys over there. Here it is. Tornado watch. This is going to go through 3 a.m. A few tornadoes likely. Isolated hail up to quarter size possible. Scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. About 1 million people included in this. This includes Montgomery, Monroeville, all the way over to Columbus. So, yeah, we're not going to stay live till 3. But we'll stay. I'm going to stay live long enough to get the Y'allbot done. And if by the time I'm done with Y'allbot, we don't have any significant developments over here, we might end the stream for the night. If we do have significant developments, I'm going to stay right here with you, okay? We've only been going for 6 hours, so this is a short stream so far for me. I ain't tired. Actually, I am. For some reason, I really am. I don't know why. No, the hatched risk is still with us. So yeah, the code base for Y'allbot's incredibly unorganized and sloppy and just all over the place. It's probably why it breaks so often, to be honest. Still looking for a classically trained developer out there. I know there's been some people who have reached out and have like wanted to try to help. I haven't had time to go through those inquiries, but I like to throw it out there every once in a while. That is something that we're looking for. Okay, we got that fixed. What else was it? I think that's it. I'm going to call this Y'allbot.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Y'allbot version 1.3.0.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
npm run clean. npm run build. Yeah, it's mostly JavaScript. Most of the software that we use, that like other people actually use, stuff that we distribute to other people on the team, is not as loosely organized, and as far as the file systems go, Y'allbot is literally just, it's on one computer. I'm the only one that's ever going to look at the code base, so like it doesn't matter to me. Justin, Susan, thank you. Yeah, I don't know why I'm so tired tonight. Melissa says, Ryan, don't stay up all night. Sleep is important. Also, Ryan, I'm going to stay live as long as I need to. Plus, I'm going to do some software development and study up on Saturday. I'll have a new video up in the AM. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably why I'm tired right now, is I woke up really early this morning. Okay, Y'allbot's built. Y'allbot's built. Let me transfer the... This is why sleep is important. I've forgotten how to talk. Let me transfer the file. And Backroom, maybe you guys can help me with this so I don't have to go back there and do it. I'll go over to the Y'allbot computer, close out of the Y'allbot program, and then give me just a second. On the desktop, I'm putting Y'allbot Assistant setup 1. What? Okay, on the desktop, I'm putting Yawbot Assistant 1.2.9.exe. Once you close the existing Yawbot window, run that 1.2.9.exe, and then it should pop up. Once it does, move the window over to the other display, and we should be good. Let's watch it. This is our very fancy Be Right Back screen, by the way. It's Notepad. BRB update coming. Did we find 1.2.9 back there? I can come help if I need to. What is it? On the top right monitor, there's a Explorer window that has all the desktop files on it. So it should be there's a list of like a bunch of different Yawbot 1.2.7, 8, blah blah blah. 1.2.9 is the one you want to click, double click. Do you see that? One point 2.9. Okay, when it gets done, you'll have to just move the window over. Like just drag it over and then full screen it. Yeah, there it is.
We're receiving multiple new storm reports tonight, highlighting snowy conditions.
All right.
Just now,
Yawbot
in Kewaunee
is
County
back.
reported a
Now the
significant
ticker
snowfall of
at the bottom,
4.5 inches,
that's
shared by the public
still going to
on
be
social
broke
media.
for a second, but
Meanwhile, a report from
that's
Stevens
fine.
Point
The
in
most
Portage
important
County
part is
just moments ago indicates a
Yawbot's
lighter
back,
snowfall of
okay?
1 inch. Please stay updated and travel safely as these conditions continue to develop. A new snow report just came in from 1 mile north-northwest of Douglas in Chicago, Illinois, in Cook County. Just 3 minutes
Okay.
ago, a trained spotter noted a storm total of 1.5 inches of snow.
what do you think, Riley? What's the rest? What's the rest of the evening looking like in your opinion?
Garbage. No, there still could be like a few things that happen here and there, but for the most part, it's pretty cooked. As soon as the sun went down, or I guess not as soon as the sun went down, a couple of hours after the sun went down, we lost all of our cape, and that's basically what was fueling these storms. That's not there anymore. There's no energy for these storms to exist on. They're existing on what they had. They're not gaining any more. Anything that isn't producing a tornado in supercells form isn't going to produce one anytime tonight because, I mean, there's just no energy. Obviously, the QLCS could still produce a spin up here and there just because, I mean, it's QLCS. It's going to kind of do whatever it wants. It's pretty self-sufficient. But in terms of prefrontals, I'm not concerned about anything for the rest of the night. There's just going to be a spin up here and there as the RFD from the QLCS does manage to make a few hooks here and there.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Riley. So yeah, I'm gonna keep going for just a little bit longer, just in case. Just in case something happens, right? But like if not, we're probably gonna wrap it up here soon. I've got a lot of people in the chat. It's like, don't leave us. And I don't want to, but I also don't want to, miss out on making a good video tomorrow. If we stay up and nothing, we weren't needed. You know what I'm saying? But I'm sticking around for a little while longer here, and I'm gonna fix one more thing. That's just what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fix things until until there's another storm. Let me do this real quick. Hold on. What am I going to fix? Okay, so this has been a little broken today. This right here has been a problem today. Ryan, I have a tornado watch in Montgomery, Alabama. Yes, there's a tornado watch in Montgomery, Alabama. It goes until 3 a.m. Right now, at this very moment, there's no tornado warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings or anything. So I'm getting a head start on fixing some stuff for Saturday, just in case something pops up in the next 30 minutes. Because this is what I'd be doing for the next 30 minutes anyways, even if I ended the stream. So, yeah, I'm going to work on this real quick. Header, index, styles, ticker, warnings. What do you guys think about the new overlay that switches between the weather intensity scores and the active warnings? There's other things that I'm going to add to that too, but like, I think it's good. The problem is like the glitchiness with the the scrolling. I don't like that. I think I'm not unsubscribing to some event listeners if anybody cares about what I'm doing. So I'm doing that. And then I'm going to see if that fixes it. And if it does, I'm going to put it on the stream. And that's one less thing we got to worry about on Saturday when we potentially have a big tornado outbreak. Cut down the animations, ticker lag also look for other potential sources of. Yeah, I think we could slow down the ticker as well. This is what it's supposed to look like if there's a PDS tornado warning. But actually, you know what? That's not a good idea. I'm not going to do that right now. It might freak some people out. Maybe if there wasn't a tornado watch currently. It's like doing a what's it called? Like a tornado siren test, like in the middle of a tornado watch. That wouldn't be smart. All right, I'm removing the CSS animations and effects. I'm hoping it doesn't. Yeah, by the way, anybody on the team, we can start leaving. You guys don't have to wait on me. I think we're done for the most part. You can just leave these cameras up. Yeah, it's fast, but it's still kind of like glitchy. I don't know. You see, like, what the heck is causing that? There's something causing significant lag whenever it shows the warning summaries. A significant lag on this warning summary seen. Do we have a way to pick a winner? Like, do we have a list? Because if not, then we might not. Because I'm hearing word that we might have to do the Yalameter contest. We might have to finish it on Saturday because we didn't get a whole lot of submissions tonight, and we also don't have a list compiled right now. So don't worry, we might do 2 on Saturday. There's going to be a snow side to that storm too. It might not be as robust, but there will be some snow. Dude, what the heck? I feel like I broke this more. Yeah, I definitely feel like I broke it more. Yeah. Nice green screen, Ryan. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we're there's nothing going on right now, so I'm trying to do some fixing on some of our graphics systems. And I'm staying on the air just in case something does happen here and we need to get back into the coverage mode. Otherwise, I would just end the stream and this is what I would be doing anyways. Nothing I'm doing is working. Yeah, I am still looking at the radar. Nothing's looking exceptionally concerning just yet. Ticker, that lag went on. How's Andy these days? He's doing great. We haven't seen him on the stream for like the past couple streams, just because he's had other stuff going on. And like this is the time of year where we do that kind of stuff, you know. You're not, you know. There's June, January, and February are supposed to be the quiet months, at least when it comes to tornadoes and stuff, you know. Let folks know. Yeah, so if you submitted a Yolometer submission today, we're going to add you to the Saturday drawing. So we're going to choose, depending on how many submissions we get on Saturday, we're going to choose 1 or 2 winners of the Yolometer contest on Saturday. Sorry, we can't finish it today. Have you tried turning it off and turn it back on again? I actually haven't. Oh, I fixed it. I fixed it. Watch. Now that, I'm talking about this one. That is a smooth ticker. We had to throttle updates to prevent excessive DOM updates. Use document fragment for better performance. Optimize card creation with template strings. Remove complex animations and effects. Oh, that's smooth. That's much better. Okay, now several times today, we had a tornado warning. Radar indicated that got upgraded to a PDS tornado warning. And at no point did the overlay say, this tornado warning has been updated. Not cool. We got to fix that. Yeah, that's honestly probably one of the smoothest tickers I've ever seen. If I'm not You know, I'm not trying to pat myself on the back too much, but it's ticking quite smoothly. One second. I've got to copy and paste something real quick. Meredith, thank you for becoming a member. Oof. Why did I do that? It's not recognizing. Alicia says, I came when you started 6 hours ago and did my gym workout, shopping, and had dinner. You're still on, man of the hour. Yeah, this is one of my shortest streams ever. It's just been 7 hours. So like I'm not in a hurry. Honestly, that's why I'm not and I'm telling you, like 90% of the time, if I would have ended the stream already, there probably would have been a tornado warning. All right. See you Saturday. Yep, see you Saturday, Meredith. There's a strong tornadoes possible. Tornado watch until like 3 a.m. Yep, you are not wrong about that. However, at this very moment, there's literally nothing going on. So I yeah. I want to show you guys Saturday again, just so we have another reference point here as to what we're going to be talking about next. Saturday, February 15, 2025. We're going to be live here again on the channel, likely with a much bigger severe weather outbreak than what we had tonight. So that's another reason why as soon as I end this stream, I'm going to go home. My head's going to hit the pillow. I'm going to be out. I'm going to wake up tomorrow. I'll make a video. And I've got a limited amount of time to work on stuff like this. So I'm sorry. I'm taking every opportunity I can to make sure that we are ready. We've got smooth tickers and working warning systems for our tornado outbreak that's likely coming up on Saturday, okay? Well, it broke something. Alerts, apps. All right, so I'm probably going to end the stream here soon. So if anybody has any final questions in the chat, go ahead and leave them. Otherwise, I think you guys are going to get rerouted over to Y'allbot for the rest of the night. He will, or she, it will relay warnings all night while I sleep. It's going to be working 24/7. So. Yeah, it's been a while since you weren't sick for a tornado outbreak. Yeah, I'm feeling good today, but like flu's going around like crazy. Lord, who knows what's going to happen by Saturday? You know what I'm saying? I think we'll be okay though. I think we'll be all right. Can you explain the criteria for a tornado emergency? I don't think there is a criteria. It's just whenever there's the National Weather Service has extreme confidence that there's a tornado causing catastrophic damage. Not just significant damage, not just life-threatening damage, but catastrophic damage. That's when they'll issue a tornado emergency. It's quite rare. All right, so I'm going to end the stream now. Sorry for boring you guys here at the end. I'm just trying to utilize as much of my time as possible, and I wanted to stay on just in case there was another warning or something that came through. There are going to be more warnings tonight. Some of them will happen 30 minutes after I end the stream. Some of them will happen 3 hours after I end the stream. But for the most part, the biggest part of our storm is over. Okay, so thank you guys for being here. I'm going to end the stream now. I will see you all in the next one. RC.